जन्मानेकशतैः सदा गरयुजा भक्त्या समाराधितो भक्तैर्वैदिकलक्षणेन विधिना सन्तुष्टैष स्वयम् साक्षात् श्रीगुरुरूपमेत्य कृपया दृग्गोचरः सन् प्रभुः तत्त्वं साधु विबोध्य तारयति तान् संसारदुःखार्णवात् तत्त्वं साधु विबोध्य तारयति तान् संसारदुःखार्णवात् पूर्णानन्दरसानुभूतिसहित स्मेरप्रसन्नाननम् पूर्णेन्दुप्रभमात्मबोधनिलयम् शान्तं निरीहं परम् नित्यानित्यविचारसारचतुरम् निर्मत्सरं पावनम् श्रीभूमानन्दमहं नतोऽस्मि कलितानन्दं परं श्रेयसे श्रीभूमानन्दमहं नतोऽस्मि कलितानन्दं परं श्रेयसे गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः चैतन्यशाश्वतशान्तो व्योमातीतो निरञ्जनः बिन्दुनादकलातीतः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः स्थावरं जङ्गमं व्याप्तं येन
Namaskar and Jai Guru. Welcome back. Today is the last day of the Global Bhagavad Gita Convention on the topic Freedom and Fearlessness. This is our fourth Global Bhagavad Gita Convention, however, our first virtual convention. We are honored to have spiritual seekers and practitioners like you attend this 3-day convention across the world. We have been overwhelmed with the messages and comments you have sent us. Thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts, as we are delighted to see Poojya Swamiji's goal of disseminating spiritual knowledge and teachings of Bhagavad Gita reach you all. As Swamiji always says, Bhagavad Gita is not a religious book. It's an environmental science, as it teaches one how to interact with the world around us. We exercise to keep the body healthy and fit. We go to school or college to educate ourselves. However, we don't always focus on educating ourselves to understand ourselves, the working of the inner self. We thank each one of you who have joined us today and the days prior for making that commitment to understand the self, for boldly embarking on this life-transforming journey. To help you continue down this journey, even after the convention, Narayanashrama Tapovanam will be offering virtual satsangs thrice a week starting this coming Saturday, October 17th. The satsangs will be on Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Indian time, which is 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. PST, 9 to 10:30 a.m. EST. Poojya Swamiji, Nutan Swamiji, and Ma Gurupriya Ji, who you've heard in the last 3 days, will conduct these satsangs. They will each lead the satsang one day per week. The link to the virtual satsang can be found on globalgita.org website, the site you went to register, as well as Global Gita YouTube channel. From the comfort of your home, you can click on the link and attend the satsangs. What a blessed opportunity. Now coming back to this event, today's event, and the last 2 days. They weren't produced by a set of professional event producers, but many people just like you and me. Many volunteers and seekers of spirituality who worked late nights as they juggled dinner, kids, work. On behalf of all of us, I ask for forgiveness and patience in advance for any potential glitches today. With Swamiji's blessings, we are hopeful it'll be a smooth event today. I would now like to welcome Vani Ramamurthy to render the invocation. Vani is a gifted and talented Carnatic vocalist. She is the disciple of Srimati Padma Kuti and Ranjini Gayatri. She is an A-graded artist of All India Radio, Chennai. She is currently based out of Orange County in Southern California. She is joined today by a supremely talented Carnatic flutist, Anirudh Bharadwaj. Anirudh is currently learning under Sri Delhi P. Sundararajan. He had his initial musical training from late Srimati Akhila Krishnan and late Sri P. N. Krishnan. He has also had his training in Hindustani flute under Sri Kailash Sharma. What binds these two apart from being married to each other is their sadhana for music. As they say, music and rhythm find their way into the secret places of the soul. Vani and Anirudh's music make their way into the audience's soul. Two shlokas will be sung during the invocation today. Both these shlokas are chanted during the morning prayers in the ashram. The first shloka, Prithvi Sagandha, is from Pratha Smarana Stotram. The second shloka, Sri Krishnam Yogi Varyam, has been composed by Poojya Swamiji himself, and it is chanted daily after chanting Bhagavad Gita during the ashram morning prayers. Vani has put the shlokas picked by Swamiji to tune, and it's based on Rag, Sindhu Bhairavi, and Saveri Kannada. After the invocation, I invite in advance Brahmacharini Namrata Swarupa to share a few words about the ashram. Now, on to Vani and Anirudh.
भवहरण पटुं बुद्ध यः सर्वात्मा प्रभुं तं स्थिरसुखनिलयम् भक्तिवश्यं स्मरामि भक्तिवश्यं
Jai Guru. Pranams to Poojya Swamiji. Pranams to Swami Nirviseshananda Tirtha ji, to Ma Guru Priya ji. Namaskarams. I am Brahmacharini Namrata Swarupa from Poojya Swamiji's ashram, Narayanashrama Tapovanam in Thrissur, Kerala, here today to tell you about our ashram and its activities. In 1963, Poojya Swamiji, accompanied by 3 to 4 disciples, came and started staying on the slope of the Pandavagiri hill in Venginisheri village, just outside of Thrissur. They stayed in a hut which had only palm leaves for a roof, no doors, no windows. Somebody once asked Swamiji, "Swamiji, in those days, did you ever starve?" Swamiji replied, "Not for too many days." In A Great Association, Nuthan Swamiji's book about Poojya Swamiji's life, there is an incident where Swamiji mentions how he watered the coconut trees in advance because he knew if the phase of starvation continued, the next day he would not have the energy to get up and water them. The ashram grew organically around Poojya Swamiji. Its activities also grew, a natural expression of the knower's concern for society, for his love of people. Today, Narayanashrama Tapovanam has 4 centers for inner resources development. One in Vasundhara near Delhi, another in Jamshedpur, one in North America, and one in Malaysia. Dakshin Khanda is there in Dakshin Khanda village. It was the abode of Poojya Swamiji's Gurudev, Baba Gangadhara Paramahamsa. In Parlikad village, 25 kilometers away from Narayanashrama, is the house in which Poojya Swamiji's body took birth, the room in which he was born. Parlikad village is also the place where annually the Srimad Bhagavata Tattva Samiksha Satram takes place, attended by thousands of people who arrive at 4:30 in the morning and return only at 9:30 at night, partaking 5 meals a day and a heart and mind full of the ancient knowledge of the Srimad Bhagavatam. For 18 years, this program was conducted in temporary pandals in a paddy field. Last year, the Satram Sabha Niketan was completed. 40,000 square feet of hall space, enough kitchen and space to feed 10,000 people. In the ashram, as well as the CIRDs, regular sessions of scriptural studies, satsangs, prayers, classes, retreats and workshops take place. To inculcate and grow the culture of sharing our resources with the needy, Poojya Swamiji started the Annavastra Dana Satram in 1986. 150 poor families were given 3 kg rice, clothing and sweet prasadam. By 2019, this had grown to 33,000 poor families in Kerala, Jharkhand, West Bengal and Delhi NCR. Poojya Swamiji always responds to the needs around him. In 2018, when Kerala was ravaged by the floods, the ashram helped more than 3,000 people in the vicinity who were displaced by the floods. Relief kits containing drinking water, clothing, essential grocery items, medicines were distributed. Many received assistance to repair their damaged houses. A school near the ashram was supplied with desks and benches. In 2020, when the COVID pandemic led to the nationwide lockdown, the local panchayats requested Swamiji to help. In response, emergency relief kits were packed and distributed to migrant labor in 3 panchayats. Later, those affected by lack of employment due to the lockdown were helped with relief kits. In Jharkhand, community kitchens were assisted in Jamshedpur by provision of groceries, and in the tribal areas near Ghatshila, ready-to-eat items were distributed to many tribal families. Swamiji has fought against caste discrimination, against cruel barbaric rituals in temples, against the powerful land mafia to preserve the earth and the natural surroundings in the villages around near the ashram. So, what is it that we learn from observing the life and activities of a knower? What is the message for all of us? It is to practice the Bhagavad Gita in our lives. Practice the striving, not just externally, but also internally. Strive to purify ourselves. Strive to grow the love in our hearts. Strive to serve each other, to serve society. That is the greatest lesson we have from Poojya Swamiji's life, which is manifest in our ashram and its activities. Jai Guru.
For those of you who are joining us now, welcome to the last day of the 4th Global Bhagavad Gita Convention. Our theme is freedom and fearlessness. With my pranams, I now introduce you to Swami Nirviseshananda Tirtha Ji, fondly known as Nutan Swamiji. Nutan Swamiji was deeply spiritual from a very young age. When he was 16, he heard about Poojya Swamiji's guru, Baba Gangadhar Paramahansa, from West Bengal at one of Poojya Swamiji's discourses itself. At the age of 24, he was initiated into the pursuit of Brahma Vidya by Baba himself. Scientific inquiry and spiritual pursuit remained complementary in his search for the ultimate truth. He pursued physics and was a faculty in IIT Kharagpur. In 1987, he renounced his professional life at IIT and dedicated himself wholly to the service of Poojya Swami Bhoomananda Tirtha Ji in all aspects of his mission: knowledge dissemination, value education, and socio-religious reform. Swamiji's special focus has been to expose the subtle truths of Vedanta with clarity as well as experiential depth. Bondage, as defined by the Webster's Dictionary, is the state of being bound, usually by compulsion. But what is our bondage in the context of this convention? Is it bondage to the rat race to achieve more and more every day? Is it bondage to riches, name, fame? Is it bondage to our families? Or is it all of the above? Luckily for us, we are not bound by any compulsion. We just need to understand how to interact with this world, do our jobs, take care of our families, but without bondage. Let us now hear Nutan Swamiji talk about from bondage to freedom, two-pronged practice in Bhagavad Gita. You can also participate in live virtual satsang with Nutan Swamiji now weekly. Additional details will be on the website www.globalgita.org. Following Swamiji's address, my co-MC Priya Dharan will conduct a question and answer session. Please continue to send us your questions to this email address, questions@globalgita.org. Now on to Nutan Swamiji in India.
Namaste. On our last day, we have come to the last day. Over the last 2 days, we have been receiving and absorbing quite a lot of knowledge And I think the question all around had been that how to retain it and how to absorb it and how to actualize it. I would like to discuss about these points today to the extent possible. Namo Namaste Gurave Mahatmane Vimukta Sangaya Saduttamaya Nityadvayanandarasasvarupine Bhumne Sada Pardayam Budhamne Namaste Namaste Vibho Vishwamurte Namaste Namaste Chidanandamurte Namaste Namaste Tapoyogagamya Namaste Namaste Shrutijnanagamya Namastasmai Sadaikasmai Kasmai Chinmahase Namaha Yadetad Vishwarupena Rajati Guru Rajati Yadetad Vishwarupena Rajati Guru Rajati. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jai Guru. Now, we must have noticed through Poojya Swamiji's lectures that Arjuna was a keen seeker. Right in the second chapter, when Krishna had finished his Sankhya Yoga Samvada, he explained our real identity that we call the Atma, the universal identity, consciousness, in great detail, and its immortality, that we are all immortal, as the Upanishad says, that Shinvantu Vishwe Amritasya Putraha, all of us are children of immortality, because in our real identity we are all immortal. But not knowing that, thinking ourselves to be that small, constricted, body-mind limited identity, we suffer from the mortal concepts. So, there itself, after listening to the knowledge of the soul, Arjuna asked a pertinent question that, well, maybe I have understood to some extent whatever you have said about the Atma, but Krishna, tell me what happens to a human being when he realizes this truth of his real Atma or real identity. Sthita prajnasya ka bhasha samadhisthasya keshava sthitadhi kim prabhasheta kim asita brajeta kim. That is, he could easily understand that what Krishna is speaking about, the Atma, the soul, Atma, again and again for a long time, it is our own real identity. It is not about anything in the entire objective field or in anything in the world of objects. It is about our real identity. So I must know, when I realize that what I am in reality, what will be my behavioral characteristics. He asked in still more detail. He says, Sthita prajnasya ka bhasha samadhisthasya. Samadhisthasya sthita prajnasya ka bhasha. What is the definition of a sthita prajna, whose consciousness has become stable, which is not distracted by anything worldly, any worldly impression or so, who is resting in his soul? What is the definition of that? Because that man is not acting, he is not interactive. So seeing him, nobody will know what he is doing. So how do you define such a sthita prajna whose consciousness, awareness is completely dissolved in the real identity or the universal consciousness? And not only that, he also wanted to know Sthita Dhihi Kim Prabhasheta Kim Asita Vrajeta Kim. That one who comes out of the Sthita Prajna and who gets stabilized in the truth of his identity, what will he do in his interactive life? How will he sit? How will he move around? And how will he speak? These are figurative language. That means how will be his interactive life? So the concept of the soul has to be understood that when a human being realizes that soul or Atma as his own identity, there must be a great transformation in his life. And he wanted to know that. So that following his behavioral characteristics, those who have not known the self, we can follow his behavioral characteristics, his qualities, his virtues, and come closer and closer to that realization. Similarly, here, later on, we find when Sri Krishna has more or less completed his discourses on the samatva, which is the greatest, which is the most important sadhana of Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita yoga has been defined as samatvam yoga uchyate in 2nd chapter, 48th verse. So samatva has a great place in Bhagavad Gita. So in the 6th chapter, 5th chapter, and from 2nd chapter onwards, he had been speaking about samatva, samatva, samatva. Generally, when we speak about samatva, siddhya siddhyo samo bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate, it means the equal vision, equality in both success and failure, gain and loss, sukha and dukkha. We often take it in a lighter manner that, well, if I don't get disturbed in sukha and dukkha, then I have attained this samatva. Well, it is in the beginning it is like that. And that is what is generally nowadays in the modern world propagated as the samatva in the corporate discourses, when it is applied to the corporate people, when it is taught to the people in active, interactive life. We have to understand that Bhagavad Gita's samatva is much, much more, far, far deeper than just having a behavioral samatva, which appears to be very much equal, but inside the mind, what is happening and all, nobody would come to know. One can even imitate that kind of a samatva from outside. But Bhagavad Gita, the samatva Bhagavad Gita speaks about, is much, much higher. You can go to the 5th chapter, 19th verse, where he is saying, Ihaiva tairijitas sargo, yesham samye sthitam manaha, niddosham hi samam brahma, tasmad brahmanite sthitaha. See, the pinnacle of samatva, he has identified with a person who has been established, who has got established in Brahmajnana. It's not a simple statement. Ihaivatayri jitas sargo. He has won over the whole world. Yesham samye sthitam manaha. One whose mind is stabilized in this samatva. He has won over the whole world because he doesn't want anything from the world. He has understood and realized, and he has no doubt about that the world has nothing to give me. I have nothing to gain. He is no more looking for happiness from the world at all. He is Atmani eva Atmana tushtaha. He is absolutely contented in his Atma. We call it Atmarati. In Sadhana Chatushtaya, there is something called Uparati. Uparati means generally we are always indulging in the objects and objective situation in the world. That is called Rati, reveling in the world. And the corresponding tendency in us is called Bhogecha. That means we always, there is a tendency to enjoy. Even in meditation also, the moment some blissful situation or peace comes, we try to enjoy it. That is, the difference is still that I, being somebody different from the peace, different from the bliss, I am enjoying that bliss. That bhogecha still works. As long as that bhogecha is there, we won't be able to attain the ultimate state where we get unified with the real identity. Now, he says that a person who has got established in Samatva, this Samatva Yoga, he has as well got established in the Brahmajnana. Nirdosham hi samam Brahma, tasmat Brahmanite stitaha. Also, towards the end of the Samatva discussion, in 6th chapter, 32nd verse, he has said, Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pashyati yo Arjuna sukham va yadiva dukkham sayogi paramo mataha. He says this is the Samatva he is speaking about. When he finds Atma everywhere, Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pashyati. Everywhere Atma. It is not that for knowing the Atma I have to go into the meditation, I have to go into the Samadhi, and in Samadhi I have known the Atma, there I am stabilized in Atma. No. Sarvatra. Everywhere he is finding Atma and Atma alone. The whole world, if I write on the air, here I write God and here I write cat. There is no difference at all. Both are written in the air. Like that, the whole universe, the whole world, the objective world, as well as the internal world of thoughts, emotions, everything is written on that Atma. It is nothing other than the Atma or consciousness. When he realizes that truth, then what happens to his Sukha and Dukkha? They are also the two waves of consciousness. So he is no longer troubled by that. Will the sea be scared of his, suppose there is a huge breaker, a huge wave, a stormy wave. It is in the sea, but will the sea be scared of that wave? We may be fearful about that wave because we are seeing the wave only. But the sea, it is hosting the wave. Sometimes the sea is peaceful, sometimes the sea is hosting tremendous powerful waves. Everything is sea and sea alone. It never gets disturbed by what he is hosting. Like that, the consciousness may have the Sukha wave, may have the Dukkha wave, but the knower sees them only as the Atma or the consciousness, Atma and Atma alone. It becomes a reality for him in his realization. So that yogi, Krishna said, is the highest, sa yogi paramo mataha. So this is the pinnacle of his Samatva Yoga Krishna has described. Now again, Arjuna's seekerhood come in there. What does he say? You can show the slide here. Yoyam yogastvaya proktaha samyena madhusudana etasyaham na pashyami chanchalatvat sthitim sthiram chanchalam himanah krishna pramathi balavadridham tasyaham nigraham manye vayoriva sudushkaram. Oh, I am sorry, I think this I have not put in the slide. Sajiv did not get worried about it. This is the Arjuna statement that he is expressing now that, oh Krishna, whatever you have spoken in the form of Samatva Yoga, you might have spoken very well. And I have intellectually understood also. But because my mind is restless, I have not got the grasp, the full grasp of what you have spoken. Tasyaham na pashyami chanchalatvat tasya stiram sthitim na pashyami. I am not able to get stabilized on that knowledge. This is what most of the seekers say, that, oh Swamiji, whatever you say, I intellectually understand, but how to realize it, how to make it actualized. This is the real sadhana. This whole spiritual sadhana, it is not an intellectual knowledge. It is not a philosophical knowledge. It is what is the philosophy? What is the knowledge about? It is knowledge about our own identity. It is not like any knowledge about any of the objects of the world. If I know the camera, if I know what is the camera, how it is functioning, by that I don't become the camera. But when I know what is the Atma and what are all its characteristics, unless it becomes my own, I feel those qualities, those characteristics in me, then I have not got the knowledge, because it is not speaking about anything of the objective world. It is speaking only about the our own identity. So naturally, as long as when suppose we say we always want to realize God, but we don't understand the simple truth. With all our constricted mind, kripana mind, we will say, with very narrow, blameful, selfish mind, how can we realize God who is universal, who is having equal love for everybody, who is the purest, who can host all sukha dukkha of the entire universe, not only of one person? To realize such a God, unless our mind becomes of that dimension, how can there be realization? Even for a Mahatma also, to know exactly what is the Mahatma's mind, unless our mind rises to that occasion, that dimension, even for a certain time, we will never come to know, because our mind is constricted. And we interpret the Mahatma's behavior also according to our own constrictions. We will never know what is his mind. So naturally, it means that to understand the Atma, we have to become the Atma. And it is a process of growth. Initially, we may not understand fully, but we have to understand what are the characteristics we have to grow. As I said in second chapter itself, Sitadhi kim prabhasheta kim asita vrajeta kim. Like that, we have to grow those soul dimensions in our behavior, and we have to meditate also to go into the zero state, into the inmost state, to realize what is our Atma when it is taken away from the world. We have to practice it. We have to at least practice in our interactive life the characteristics of the knower to understand what is that dimension. So from here, in the sixth chapter, comes the, from as Arjuna's question, reply to the Arjuna's question, that what should be the practice to actualize this knowledge. I particularly took it now because we have already listened to a lot of knowledge about, we have received a lot of knowledge about the soul, about spirituality, about spiritual sadhana. But now is the time, when the convention is over today, now is the time to practice and actualize. Where will we go? Where are we going? Our every day should become a path of evolution, should become a moment of evolution, a moment of growth, a moment of more and more purity, the moment of pure, more and more expansion. Whatever the expansion, impersonality, unaffectedness, universality, all embracing love, these are the characteristics of our inmost identity. So every day, every hour, every moment, we have to grow on that path. Then only the sadhana will be there. We generally say that the seeker will have to have two qualities. Actually, it is three, I think. Generally, I say two. One is receptivity, another is retentivity. I would like to add the third one today as the actualization, absorption, not absorption, actualization. That is, receptivity is whatever is communicated to being able to receive it. Now, what we are trying to do, you may not have thought like this. Actually, we are trying to communicate the sattva guna to the listeners, to the seekers. How do we communicate? On the vehicle, we are putting the sattva guna on the vehicle of sound, vision and words. Now it is video, so otherwise we will say sound and words. Since it is video, it is through our gesture and everything, our vision, our expression, and also the sound that is coming out of the gunas which are there in us. But the main vehicle we are using is we are analyzing each quality of the Atma and putting it in a group of words, in some words, some sentences, and throwing it towards you. Now, when you are receiving, your buddhi will have to understand the meaning of what we are saying. And if you really understand the meaning of it, it will immediately incorporate a sattvika transformation in you. Sattvika We call it Sattvika Vikara. Vikara means anything change, a transformation. It will introduce a Sattvika transformation in the listener. For that, what is necessary for the listener? Receptivity. Now, this receptivity of which? Of the buddhi. Because we are approaching through the buddhi. We are approaching through the emotion also. For that, mind also has to be receptive. But generally, when we are explaining, analyzing, we are approaching through the buddhi also. So the buddhi has to be receptive. A buddhi which is humble, it has to have lot of humility to become receptive. Otherwise, the buddhi will always try to argue and deny whatever is being told. No, aisa nahi hota hai. This is all, the saints are saying like this. It is not like that. Ye kabhi nahi hota hai. All these things will be there. So the buddhi has to have lot of humility to accept, and it has to have the stability also to understand what is being communicated. But all this is done while listening. But further, to retain the knowledge, you need another quality, which in Sanskrit we say dhriti, that is retentivity. Generally, you will find that in a lecture hall or so, after people are very much absorbed, listening very, very attentively. But the moment the lecture is over, by the time they come out of the hall, they have already started speaking about all sorts of worldly things, maybe blaming somebody, criticizing somebody. The whole lecture, the whatever atmosphere was created, it is gone. So by the time he reaches home, everything has fallen off his basket, because the basket is full of holes. So this retentivity is extremely important for a seeker, for a real seeker who wants to become a sadhak, who wants to really progress on this path. And progress on this path means who wants real happiness, who wants real unaffectedness, who wants real love, real joy. These are the things. It is extremely lucrative, but we are not able to get out of our small attractions, repulsions, so we are not able to develop the retentivity. This retentivity has to grow out of the sadhana of each seeker. This depends exclusively on the sadhana of the seeker. That he has to, that means there is a overall sattvika transformation necessary in the seeker by his practices, his food, his inputs, what he is reading, what he is seeing, what books he is reading, what films he is seeing, how is he behaving with the people, how is he behaving with the poor people, how is he behaving with the rich people, how he is behaving with the boss, how he is behaving with the subordinate, how he is behaving with his old, aged, infirm parents, and how he is behaving with his wife or children or grandchildren. Everything will come in there. Everything has to undergo the sattvika transformation, where the soul dimensions have to be incorporated. Nobody should ask that, Swamiji, how to do it. If you want, you have to do it. There is no other way. We have to incorporate the soul dimensions in our entire life. If possible, in the dream also. It automatically will come, of course, when it is in the wakeful life. Now, this is the transformation, this is the sadhana necessary for a seeker. Now, let us see how Krishna replies to Arjuna's question. Naturally, he has to guide him. That Arjuna has asked that I have understood maybe intellectually, but I have not been able to grasp its real significance, or sthiram sthitim, that its stability I have not got. Show the first slide. Second. This is it here. Asamshayam mahabaho mano durnigraham chalam abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha grihyate. Krishna said that, oh yes, Arjuna, whatever you have said is absolutely true. I know very well that there is no doubt about it, that it is extremely difficult to master one's mind. The mind is always like a storm. Even a storm can be bridled, but it's extremely difficult to bridle the mind. But never say that it is impossible. It is possible. It is possible. It is possible. How? Abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha grishyate. This is one way, the two-pronged method I have said, but in another way we will come further also. Now this abhyasa and vairagya, it appears again and again in the other spiritual texts also. In this slide, you will find that I have quoted from Yoga Sutra, the 1.12 Sutra of Patanjali Yoga Sutras. There he is writing, Abhyasa Vairagyabhyam Tan Nirodha, that the mind can be brought under our full mastery. It can be completely, we can make it silent. By what? Abhyasa and Vairagya. There also it is the same. Then Yoga Sutras also go on to explain what is Abhyasa and what is Vairagya. Next slide, 3. Slide 3. So, I have given the number so that it will be helpful. Those who are, it's right now you don't have to focus so much. I have given the shlokas also, but later on if one would like to study deeply, then it will be necessary. All the shlokas are numbers, references are given. There will be many other shlokas also. I have just given as sample reference where it is very clear. So here this mastering the mind, the sadhana for mastering the mind has got two aspects. One is abhyasa, another is vairagya. The corresponding Bhagavad Gita shlokas and Patanjali Sutras I have also marked there. Now I would like to interpret it in a little scientific way. Maybe that way it becomes more, people have been telling me that it becomes more memorable, that we can retain it better. But when I talk about retentivity, it is not just retaining the memory of it. The retentivity means bringing into practice. This knowledge is a living knowledge. If you remember all the knowledge and you can speak also, you can give lecture also, it is of no value at all. This knowledge has to be practiced in every aspect of our life. Then only this knowledge becomes like fire. We say jnanagni, jnanagni. That knowledge becomes fire and it burns into ashes all the dross we are collecting every day, all the constrictions, the selfishness, the kripanata, the blamefulness, everything will be burnt into ashes. All the desires, they will be burnt into ashes by the jnanagni, the fire of knowledge. So, what is needed is not just the memory of what we have learned from the scriptures or from the lectures or all. It has to be practiced in everyday life. Then that memory will be the real memory and the real knowledge that we should always remember. So this abhyasa is actually, I have put it as generating centripetal force by cultivating awareness of the self. Abhyasa means practice. In Sanskrit, abhyasa means practice. Now, what is this practice? What do we want to do? One thing we want to do is we want to know who am I. That is the fundamental sadhana of spirituality or Bhagavad Gita. I want to know my own real identity. And where from that I is coming? It is coming apparently from within the body, is it not? We have a feeling that I is somewhere within the body. So when we first try to look for this I, discover this I, what do? We try to take away our attention from the outer world, even from the other thoughts and all, whatever is going on in the mind, to the I-ness in us, to the am-ness in us, where from this I is coming. That I is involved in everything. So we are withdrawing from all the external as well as the internal involvement of the consciousness and trying to know the consciousness. That is the center of our personality. That is the inmost personality. So to do that, we need something which will focus us within. That is why we are calling it centripetal force. Centripetal force means which will force us within inward, which is pushing us inward. So it can be of various kinds. We will divide it again in two. One is the meditational contemplational sadhana, another is interactional sadhana. Both cases, centripetal force will be generated to take our mind to the Atma, our real identity. Now, we must remember that although in the initial stage, while trying to detect the Atma, be very careful about the statement. We are withdrawing from outward world or inward world from the world and focusing in that I alone. We are trying to focus on that I alone. So it is inward, it is inward. But when we reach, then it is no more inward. When we land on that I, when we reach that I, when do we reach that I? When the whole world is forgotten. There is nothing of the world thoughts, world impressions, anything. Then only the soul manifests itself. The soul reveals itself. So to have the revelation, we have initially to withdraw from all the association of the Atma with the worldly objects, worldly thoughts, worldly impressions, everything. So there we want to go. Now when we reach, I will try to explain very briefly. Time is very less to go deep into these things, but still I will do. That when you are trying to find out the I, now who is trying to find out the I? I am trying to find out the I. Now whatever I find out, so far I have found out in the world or in the thought, what is that? My mother's thought has come. And I am knowing that thought. So the I consciousness, I, that is knowing the thought, mother's thought or father's thought or the boss's thoughts or the worldly thought, whatever. Those thoughts are an object. They are objects before that I. Is it not? The I is revealing those thoughts. Whatever we are knowing, we have always known as I am knowing. Even when just we get up from sleep also, I am coming to know the world. So there I is the subject and the world is the object. Now here is a situation where I am trying to know the subject itself. But our natural tendency will always try to look at something, oh, this is the Atma. Don't think it is easy. Most of the books also we find in the philosophies, those who have written, even scientists also, they have also considered consciousness as objective something, part of the objective world. The spirituality will never say that. In spirituality, it is all the Atma, the consciousness or Brahman. It is not a part of the objective world at all. That is the only existence which cannot be known as something different from me. It can be only known as the amness or the I-ness in us. It cannot be known that, oh, I have known the consciousness as different from me. You can never know the consciousness as different from you. So there the hurdle comes in our sadhana, that we try to know the self as an object. And who is the self? I, who is seeing the object, who is knowing the object. So in trying to know the self, actually we are trying to make the self an object before me. You can say that we are trying to objectivize the subject, which is impossible, we will never know the self like that. I don't know whether I am clear. I am clear, but whether you have understood from here, that when we are trying to know the self as different from me, that very effort to know is making the self non-self. So our effort will not be successful. That is why in Kathopanishad it says, Yada panchavatishtante jnanani manasa saha buddhishchana vicheshtate tamahu paramam gatim. When all the five indriyas, sense organs and the mind are absolutely silent, they are not sleeping. In deep sleep also it can happen, but they are not awake there. All the five sense organs and the mind, they are all awake, but they are not doing anything. They are silent. Buddhishchana vicheshtate. The buddhi also is not trying to know anything. See, we were defeated because of this effortfulness of the buddhi. We were trying to know the self by the effortfulness of the buddhi. So we are getting defeated by that. The buddhi has to become absolutely effortless. Everything will have to become effortless. They will be awake, but they will not function, do anything at all. That is the time the self reveals itself. Why? Because all other time the self is revealing some object, some limited object before us. It can be gross object, it can be thought, it can be emotion. All are revealed by the self only. In that state, there is nothing to reveal, so we can know the revelation of the radiation of the self. Bhagavad Gita puts it nicely in a shloka. We will have to go a little back and forth. Can Sajiv show the 5th slide? We arrange in a manner, but when we speak, we go here and there and everything gets disorderly that way. Not disorderly, gets orderly rather. In the 5th slide, the 2nd verse. Yatha Deepo, it is 6th chapter, 19th verse. Yatha Deepo Nivatastho Nengate Sopama Smrita Yogino Yata Chittasya Yunjato Yogamatmanaha. He is giving the example of a flame which is kept in a place where there is no flow of wind. Air is there to flame to burn, but there is no wind. Yatha Deepo Nivatastho Nengate Sopama Smrita. What will happen to that flame? It will remain absolutely steady. It will not move at all, as if it's a picture. It will remain steady like that. Yogino Yata Chittasya Yunyato Yogamatmanaha. This you know to be the consciousness of the yogi who is dissolved in the Atma, who is fixed in the Atma, who has got connected to the Atma. This is the real yoga, Yunyato. The yoga we talk about is when our egoistic, limited concept of our I gets dissolved in the real, universal, transcendental consciousness I. Then we call the real yoga. That is, then there is no two. All the multiplicity has gone. Even saying that it is on is wrong, because one in saying one, there is a concept of 2 and 3 involved. There is no objectitude at all. It is the exclusively non-dual position where the subject and object have got fused. That is what we call the Atma or the Brahman. This is the spiritual concept of self. So he is saying that when the yogi is able to stop all the flickering of his flame, of his awareness, of his consciousness, there is no thought, no emotion, no cheshta of the buddhi. So it is absolute, the flame is absolutely still. You imagine that. Absolutely still. But is not there a silent radiation coming out of the flame? Here it is light. We are giving an example, illustration of the radiation of the soul, radiation of the consciousness. That is, although there is no movement at all, there is the consciousness radiation you can feel in that silence. It is always there. That is the revelation of the soul. So the Atma reveals everything of the outer world. It reveals everything, the thought, emotion, buddhi, cheshta, everything of the inner world. And when all are silent, it reveals itself also. But in this case, what happened? We were still, we were not functional. So knowing that this is what our real identity is, and this is where the source of joy is, this is where the source of love is, this is where the source of unaffectedness is, knowing that we have to come back to our behavior in the world and incorporate that yoga dimensions in all our interactions. The soul dimension, the soul we have known in the samadhi, that soul dimensions have to be incorporated in all our interactions. So by that what will become? What will happen? Our every moment will become a sadhana. Everywhere we will incorporate the Atmic dimension. And that sadhana will be an interactional sadhana. The initial sadhana was a meditative sadhana, where the pinnacle is you discovered who am I. And after knowing who am I, that dimension, all the dimensions of that I, we are incorporating in our behavioral life also. By that, our whole behavior will become spiritualized, divinized, and the yoga will become complete by that. That is Bhagavad Gita's understanding. Now, in the fifth slide, what we are showing now, it is abhyasa of meditational nature. So one is this yathadipo nivatastho nengate sopama smita. That is what is the state in the samadhi. And Kathopanishad also I have told you the same thing. And the other one is third chapter, 43rd verse. This I have already discussed in day before yesterday's lecture. Evam buddhe param buddhva samstabhyatmanamatmana jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. There what did he say? That the kama, the desires, the ragadvesha, which are offshoot of desire. Desire means we are always wanting something and we're wanting to gain something and wanting to avoid something. Now, ragadvesha means what we want, what we like, clinging to that, and what we dislike, what we don't want, hating that, being intolerant about that. Both are actually same. So, they are actually corrupting our senses, corrupting our mind, corrupting our buddhi. This I had discussed the other day. So, to resurrect them, to take them away from that corruption, we have to have something greater. So there he said that the superior to the indriyas is the mind and superior to the mind is the buddhi. But there is something still superior to the buddhi, and that is the soul. Yo buddhe paratastu saha. Knowing that, evam buddhe param buddhva. Knowing that what is the transcendental truth, which is even transcending the buddhi. Samstabhya atmanam atmana. Getting fixed in that transcendental reality. Yahishatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. We can win over the distractions worked by the desires and the ragadvesha. So we have to, this is what the other shloka said, that this is the flame. They have compared with the flame. Once you know that, then we incorporate it in our behavioral life and win over the effect of the desire and the raga dvesha. There are many other verses also in Bhagavad Gita about it. Now we will come to the another part of the abhyasa. Now these are all I am saying, they are generating centripetal force. Why? Because they are revealing the Atma, our inmost truth. And the more and more we are aware of that, more and more we get fixed to that, we are getting centered on that. We are always aware of that. But here one caution is there. By that we don't become selfish or self-centered at all. Why? Because as we go in and finally discover who am I, that I is not limited by the body, mind, personalities, that small zero-like ego. That zero is actually infinitude. That Atma is same for all. It is the universe. The whole universe is appearing in it. Even call it universal Atma is not the full. The universe is appearing in that Atma. That universe which contains my body, mind, personality as a small speck also. So that is the Atma. How can it make you self-centered or selfish? That Atma will always make you universal. That is why in the meditative state, what we gain when we come back, we have that universality, but again we lose it in interacting with the world because we have not been able to win over the raga dvesha effects. So to make the life divinized, we have to win over the raga dvesha and desire also, knowing that they are not worthy of making them as pets for us. They are absolutely spoiling our life. They are not allowing us to have the real joy of life. That is why we are always selecting things to get joy from it. Actually, a person who is desireless, don't think that he will not have the motivation for work. He will be reveling in everything he does. We had a gardener here who used to say that Swamiji used to appreciate his work also. He would say that, Swamiji, you know what is my greatest joy in this life? He used to say that when I level the ground and remove all its irregularities and everything and look at the garden, I am the happiest in that moment. Suppose somebody is cutting vegetables even. There should not be any desire. His aim will be cut the vegetables in such a manner that with all his purity should be put in there. May it be vegetable or fruit or even cooking, everywhere, in every work it is important. He will do it with so much of attention, forgetting the whole world, doing it in the proper manner, involving all his purity of the mind. Can you think any greater joy will be there? That is why we say that that is sahaja samadhi. When he does like that, it becomes yatra yatra manoyati tatra tatra samadhaya. He doesn't have to meditate anymore because he doesn't have any distraction. He doesn't miss the soul anywhere. Why should he meditate? Those who are meditating, they are getting the soul in the meditation, and out of the meditation, they are not getting it. Why are they going into meditation repeatedly? Because they are not happy with their mind. The mind is producing raga dvesha, the mind is producing affectedness, disturbing thoughts. When you find that the mind has become so pure that it is only producing good thoughts, pure thoughts, you will be so joyous, cheerful to live with these thoughts that you will never think of meditation even. You don't need. So whatever you do, that purity of the mind, that attention of the mind, the full attention of the mind will be there, and any job will delight you as you do in the meditation. Same delight you will get from everywhere. So these are all part of the abhyasa, the interaction in life. The sixth slide you give. Here I have given quite a few examples of the interactional sadhana. But actually when you read that, these are all theory. When you apply them to life, then it is all what we are saying from the experience. Then it becomes a real sadhana. 2.48, this is the definition of yoga. Yogastha kuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananyaya siddhya siddhyo samo bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate. He says that do all your actions remaining seated in yoga. How are you seated in yoga? He says samatvam yoga uchyate. Yoga is the evenness of the mind. How do you attain that? What is the meaning of that evenness? Siddhya siddhyo samabhutva. That evenness is remaining equal in siddhi and asiddhi, success and failure. It is not only success and failure, it can be sukha, dukkha, gain, loss, everything. In all the dualities having the equal vision. How will you have it? Go back to the first line. It's all in the reverse order I am going now. Sangam tyaktva dhananjaya. This Sangam is another great discovery of Bhagavad Gita. Everywhere you will find this word appearing. They all mean the same thing, but the Sangam, the way it has been presented, is very, very realistic. We call it attachment. It depends on how people understand the meaning. The point is that there is a delusional clinging we have with the world, which in truth is coming from our narrow idea about ourselves, the small egoistic self. From that concept is coming, this is mine, this is my son, this is my factory, I want to have this, I want to have that. So we start clinging to that. In another place, Bhagavad Gita says, Dhyayato vishayan pumsaha sangasteshu upajayate. Sangat sanjayate kamaha. See, these are very scientific way of explaining that how the desires are getting born. Sangat sanjayate kamaha. The kama is getting born out of sangha. How is sangha generating? Dhyayato vishayan pumsah sangasteshu upajayate. By constantly thinking about worldly sukha, worldly dukkha, worldly things, we develop that clinging. I always say that 50 years back, nobody had any mobile or anything. So there was no question of any young boy having a desire for a mobile. Why? Because that thought of the mobile was not there. Now what is happening? Whatever he has, he sees another better model with his friend and he starts thinking about it. One day he takes it from the friend and uses it and finds it is much better or so. Then he goes on thinking more and more and more about it. Then finally a desire, why not I also have it? It is true of anything, true of the car, true of everything in the world, it is there. By constantly thinking about it, we develop a clinging, delusional clinging to that. And what does spirituality do? It's a great science. You know what it does? All the sadhana. They have given you a concept of a soul. What is that soul? It is uniform, universal, unaffected, untainted, not affected by anything in the world at all. So such a concept is given. And you are asked to constantly think about that soul, read about that soul, implant that soul in everything you do, as just now I said, everywhere. So by constantly interacting with the soul, your mind will become the soul. Do you get my point? The soul dimensions will be incorporated by the mind. As a ball is standing, another ball is moving. When it hits the other ball, some energy is given over to the standing ball and it starts moving. Whatever we interact with, those qualities we develop. So when we are interacting with the soul, with the concept of the soul, whether the soul is there or not also, it doesn't matter. It's there, but it doesn't matter. Because by constantly interacting with the soul, our mind becomes the soul. That is the fundamental of spiritual practice. I will shorten a little because I have to speak about Vairagya. Now, the other aspect, go back to the slide number 3. The other aspect, one is the developing the centripetal force to always be aware of our real identity. The other one, what is taking us away from the center, from our awareness of the real identity? It is constantly throwing us out. What is that? It is the attraction and repulsion towards the world objects and world situations. Is it not? So world has nothing wrong in it. The world is what it is. Even for a knower, the world doesn't change. Only our attraction and repulsion, and following that, the raga dvesha hosted by the mind, that causes the destruction of the mind. So to keep the mind inward, well seated in the soul, we have to remove those distractions which are causing distraction. How do we do it? You are not going to change the whole world. You cannot. It is impossible. So you are only treating the raga dvesha, that is clinging towards what I like and hating what I dislike, so that the mind does not get affected, does not get tainted by anything it is interacting with. So whatever is taking us away from the center is called centrifugal force. So reducing the centrifugal force and increasing the centripetal force is our sadhana. Our sadhana is to enhance more and more, add more and more of centripetal force and reduce the centrifugal force. This reduction of the centrifugal force is called Vairagya. It is not leaving the house and going away, walking off. This reduction of the centrifugal force is the real Vairagya. Truly speaking, this Vairagya is the result of the Abhyasa. Vairagya is the result of Abhyasa. Whatever we are practicing, by that, what is happening in the mind, Vairagya is referring to the state of the mind. Suppose space, whatever happens, first of all, let us take air. Air is generally not getting attached to anything at all. Suppose you say that it is the air is my air, I will keep it in my lung, I will not give it to anybody, you'll die. Yet the same air we are all breathing, everywhere it is going, it doesn't get attached to anything at all. But still, when there is some pollution or something, the air gets polluted. Let us think of a further subtler thing, the space, subtle space. The space is hosting everything, but it doesn't get affected by anything happening in the world. But it is hosting, it is not going away. Then this is the quality of Vairagya the space has. The consciousness is still subtler, and it only reveals. It reveals the ugly human being or the garbage. It reveals the beautiful flower. It reveals all the beauties of nature. It reveals the fragrance. It reveals the bad smell. It reveals small, it reveals big, it reveals grossness, it reveals subtlety, everything it is only revealing, never getting touched by it. Suppose our mind or consciousness was getting polluted, mind is getting polluted, but consciousness never gets affected by anything at all. If it would get affected, then from birth onward, how many kinds of thoughts have gone and come and gone in our mind, how many things have worked there, how many polluting thoughts have gone in. Nothing has happened to the consciousness. It can still show us, reveal the good things as well as bad things. It remains untouched by everything. So that is the Vairagya, the property of the Vairagya. That is why I always say that Vairagya is a sky-like state of the mind, a spatial state of the mind. It is experiential. Vairagya is not a concept just like that. It is experiential. More and more Vairagya you grow, you will become more and more comprehensive in your attitude, because all the me, mineness, possessiveness, everything will go. It is more, you remove the possessiveness and ego, the Vairagya dawns. Vairagya deals with these two. So more you remove the ego, egoistic smallness, ahankara, and you remove the possessiveness, mamatva, the Vairagya becomes more and more. So the thinking that when a person has become sannyasin, he has left the house and gone away, it is not that he has become very much constricted and he has rejected something and gone away. It is not like that at all. A real sannyasa is not like that. A real sannyasa, the person becomes universal. He cannot anymore remain clinging to the family or household or anything like that. He becomes a person of the world. He hosts the whole world in him. In that, his family also has a place, but he cannot fulfill their demands, which will make him non-universal in that case. So in his love, nobody is rejected. Everybody is there. When the space is holding something, suppose there is something, a Sputnik, a rocket is there in the space. It is holding the rocket. It is with the rocket. But has it got affected by the rocket moving in the space? It remains wherever it is. It never gets polluted or never clings to anything at all. Like that, a mind which is enriched with Vairagya, it will never cling to anything at all. It will have all the joys of the world. It will have all the sufferings, the greatest sufferings of the world. He will be a mighty sufferer also. He will be a mighty enjoyer, mighty sufferer, as Yoga Vasishta says. Mighty performer. Because of that, he becomes a mighty performer also. So this Vairagya is a great quality, but it is the result of the Abhyasa, we should know. The practice we do, as a result of that, our mind becomes dispossessive, our mind becomes pure. And you know what is the pinnacle of Vairagya? We can say the soul, the Atma, which only reveals everything, but never gets touched or tainted or affected by anything at all. So the real identity, our real identity, the soul, is the real Vairagyan. That is the example of the Vairagya. Now more and more we develop Vairagya, more and more we are coming closer to that soul. That is the self-knowledge. It is not we know what the self is and we have become a self-knower. No. Self-knowledge is a process of getting identified with the self. That means developing more and more and more of this spatialness, sky-like mind. This is the Vairagya. So we should remember there's this centripetal force and centrifugal force. The spiritual sadhana is to generate more and more of centripetal force and reduce the centrifugal force. It is not only in the personal sadhana. What for we are performing this, we are holding this GBGC, the Global Bhagavad Gita Convention. What for are the CIRDs instituted? What for are the ashrams? They are all, remember always, they are all to generate centripetal force and reduce the centrifugal force from the society. The moment we have a social institution like ashram or a social program like Jnana Yajna or GBGC, their purpose is to stabilize the society by generating enough of centripetal force in the society and reducing the centrifugal force which is taking the society away from the path of auspiciousness. This is a very, very important point. All the people, those who are part of the ashrams or part of the such functions, they should remember that they are doing a great service for the society and they should never become selfish. They should remember their purpose is to serve the society by generating more and more centripetal force and reducing the centrifugal force. So in the fourth slide, I have not discussed, but I have mostly said what is there, and there have, but certain things more are there. In the fourth slide, we have shown the abhyasa of two kinds, meditational and interactional. Meditational means constant contemplation on unbounded, unchanging soul. Constant contemplation on unbounding, unchanging soul. So by constant contemplation of that, thinking about that, dhyayato vishayan pumsa, here instead of vishaya, it is the soul of these characteristics. So the mind also will become unbounded, unchanging, imperishable. And that is how the mind goes to the samadhi state, where there is no object at all. The object and subject gets fused to it. It is called the aparoksha. Aparoksha means it is neither a paroksha where we infer something, it is nor a pratyaksha where we see something with the indriyas. It's a direct, non-dual knowledge. That is the highest state of meditation. Similarly, on the interactional part, you see evenizing response to this will go on throughout the day, to success and failure, sukha, dukkha, likes and dislikes. It is by this what is happening, it induces the soul dimensions during our interactive life. We can go to another slide if it is there, the sadhana, that is 10th slide, 10th one. Just to summarize, that the sadhana is two kinds, interactional and non-interactional. Non-interactional is meditation and contemplation on the soul. I have further delineated it as identifying the real I. And how do you identify the real I? I said that the last hurdle is our bhogecha, or our tendency to enjoy, to tendency to know something different from me. As long as we are looking for something different, it will not come. When we are happy in ourselves, we forget the whole world. Then only this discovery can take place. Tendency to experience anything different from I, that is called the bhogecha. This prevents people from getting to that state. And when you get into that state, you transcend the subject-object duality. Then there is no longer I looking at the world, I the subject looking at the objective world. There is no subject, no object at all. Even calling it I as an individual I also is wrong. It simply becomes consciousness, transcendental. We don't call it even oceanic consciousness, we can say, but it is really speaking transcendental. Whereas the interactional part, we are cultivating the soul dimensions in our mind. Where will you cultivate? It's an internal sadhana. We can cultivate only in our mind, buddhi, emotions there. And we are cultivating the soul dimensions there. What are the dimensions? How do you do it? Look within, listen to Viveka. What is Viveka? Buddhi is anchored in the soul dimension. So the Buddhi will guide the mind. So always the mind should look within, that am I doing the right thing or not? Am I walking the auspicious path or not? The guidance would be from the Buddhi, which is anchored in the soul. Inner expansion and lightness. When you are on the right path, you will always find a lightness and expansion within. Suppose you are at a crossroad, you have to decide that shall I go this way or that way. You do the thought experiment that let me take path A. How do you feel? Path A may give you much more of salary, much more of money, riches, fame, power, everything. But there is something which is causing some shrinking within. Whether path B is very a righteous choice, where you may not have that much of money, that much of power, but your mind becomes having a strength. There will be a feeling of strength and lightness and power, strength and lightness. So that is the path, the right path for a spiritual seeker. So it is a thumb rule of doing what a spiritual seeker should do. In every moment of life where the world is coming with two kinds of options, which will take me on the auspicious path? The option which will generate inside a feeling of expansion, lightness, and strength. So we have to choose. Looking at that, then we will find that we are coming closer and closer to the soul, because the soul is like that. The soul has the lightness, the soul has the universality. So those are the soul dimensions. It means moving from selfishness to comprehensive vision, and act remaining anchored in the soul. Now here the lower two boxes, they show that it is actually a cumulative process. It is an iterative process. That is, more you progress in the meditational sadhana, the meditational experiences will help you to incorporate the soul dimensions in your actions. And more you practice the interactional sadhana, you will find the meditation is becoming easy, natural, spontaneous. You don't have to put any effort. Meditation means effortlessness. We put a lot of effort and get up from meditation being tired like a defeated soldier. There's no fight involved there. Throughout the day, if you practice the interactional sadhana, then when you have nothing to do, you simply sit, the mind will simply get absorbed in the soul. So they help each other, taking us through this cumulative, through this iterative process to the final goal, where in meditation also we are finding the soul, which has already been established in the whole world also. So we never miss the soul in our life at all. The life gets divinized. I think now I am ready for questions. 10 minutes are there. I have taken away 5 minutes from the question. I think that is okay. I had to, still I will say that I have not completed, but that is, we are used to that fate, because I still remember Amir Khan used to say, maybe Bade Ghulam Ali also, when the first recording started, our 78 speed recording, it was only for 3.5 minutes, and they all would like the best singers to record. Khan sahab thoda sa kijiye na kijiye, नहीं हो सकता, हमसे नहीं होगा. वो हम जब आ जाएंगे, मन में जब लगेगा, तब आप बोलेंगे अब रुक जाइए, अभी हम रुक नहीं पाएंगे. So then it increased to long play record, that 30 minutes and all. Then perhaps I feel they were happy and they were started doing something, but with reluctance. There also they had, as far as I know about Amir Khan, I know with lot of reluctance he did a few recording those days. Then people started recording them in the tapes. Those days the tape recorder was there, and that is how you are getting now the hours long recording and all. So anything which we do with full devotion and association, emotional association. See, devotion is not going to the temple. Devotion, even for a knowledge-oriented person also, what does devotion means? It means whatever he is doing with full emotional association. He will do it to the best, and there no desire can be there at all. If desire is there, it is a spoiling element. Often I say, to explain, the other day also the question was there, we should replace the desire with aspiration. The desire, there is a time lag. Suppose you want to become rich. So you are doing something, the result of which will make you rich. So you are wanting something at a later stage. There is a time gap there. But aspiration is a current force working in you. You want to open a factory and run it very well, and you are doing for it, you are working for it. You can do it out of aspiration. No desire is necessary. And if you do it well, automatically perhaps the output also will be good. There also, if you have already treated the desire, you will not be deluded by that. So desire is always a spoiling motivation. The aspiration is the right motivation for work. You cannot say, I have decided to love that person after 2 years. Can you say that? Has it got any meaning? I will love that person after 2 years. When you love, you love. You cannot think of loving the person after 2 years. You are loving. It's a current force in you. Like that, the love also, when the love flows, it's a current force. That is why people have, this is another great obstruction in the path of spirituality. They want all self-realization. It is a desire for most of the people. They don't aspire for self-realization. If they aspire, then it is not a delayed project. Every moment of life, they are walking on the path of self-realization. Every moment, they are becoming more and more the self, as I explained today in various ways. So it is a constant growth, constant evolution of us, that we are becoming the self, becoming the self. It is not after a time gap, one day sudden, one fine morning, we'll get up and see that I have become self-realized. It never happens like that. It's a gross misunderstanding all over the world. I will stop. Any question?
Namaste, Nuthan Swamiji. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Priya Darit, and I'm coming to you from Los Altos, California. And as my co-MC Shruti Patnaik said, send your questions to questions@globalgita.org. We'll try to answer as many as possible. Of course, we have very little time on stage. The rest of the questions will be answered directly, but keep sending your questions. Nuthan Swamiji, you advise that seekers like me receive knowledge, retain that jnana, and most importantly, actualize it. And just like you said, aspiring seekers like me, I just associated personally to something that's constant in me, which is my breath cycle. I inhale, like I take in the information you provide. I hold that breath, I retain it, and then I exhale. That is like I have to go put it into practice, whatever I learned. Many in the audience are asking if you can just summarize for us, what is it that we have to retain and remember, and what is it that we can start practicing?
I can summarize, but I actually have already summarized. Can you show the slide 11th one? Slide number 11, Sajiv. Here I have summarized the sadhana of Bhagavad Gita. The title is Bhagavad Gita Yoga, Essential Practices, and the corresponding verses are given. See, the major sadhanas in Bhagavad Gita, we can have more also, but 6 is more than enough. The first one is samatva. And where will you know about samatva? The shloka numbers are given. The second is called yajna attitude. Actually, this yajna attitude or surrender, both are same. This 18.46, there I think they are dealing with the surrender. This yajna attitude is a tremendous, powerful concept of Bhagavad Gita, because yajna in the Vedas, they were done with desireful mind. The yajnas, the performance of yajna, it had some rewards. That is, if you do this yajna, then you will have children. If you do that yajna, then you will go to the heaven, this heaven, that heaven, etc. There was a time lag. So out of desire for heaven or desire for worldly prosperity or children, people used to do various kinds of yajna. But in Bhagavad Gita, the whole concept is completely almost inverted, we can say. Yata pravittir bhutani yena sarvamidam tataha swakarmanatam abhyarcha siddhim vinnati manavaha. That the whole, what is this whole universe? It is going on as the Yajna of the universal Lord. The earth is running around the sun, the moon is running around the earth, the stars are running here and there, the nature, the plants are growing, the flowers are blossoming, the animals, birds, everything, the vapor is going out of the sea, and it is giving so it is becoming the source of the rivers. The river is flowing down to the sea, and on the way it is serving so many people and plants and nature. It is fulfilling its purpose. The whole nature is a beautiful harmony, moving without any desire at all. So this is whenever anything is done without desire, just being part of this whole natural harmony, then it becomes yajna. Even if you kill anybody also, with this attitude of yajna, with this attitude of a part of the preservation of the whole natural harmony, then it becomes a yajna. That is how in Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna's fighting the war and even killing his own beloved grandfather and the most respected teacher, that became a yajna, which he would never be able to do, never would have been able to do without the support of Krishna. Repeatedly, twice he failed to shoot arrow to Bhishma, but Krishna looked into that he should be able to do. So by whatever we do as an offering to the yajna of the universal word, O Lord, without any desire. So any desireless action becomes yajna. This is the yajna attitude. Sangatyaga is just the reverse. Sangatyaga, sangha means whatever we are doing in clinging means for selfish gain, personal likes and dislikes, raga dvesha. That is called the sangha. So sangatyaga means this becomes the Bhagavad Gita sadhana. Fourth is outliving raga dvesha. This I have explained quite in detail, because this raga dvesha, even in our spirituality, it is called the two poisonous teeth of the serpent. If the raga dvesha, those poisonous teeth are removed, then the world becomes nectarine. You can move around in the world with the same sense organs without any problem. Everything will become nectarine. Then the palatyaga. This I have given quite a large number of slokas, but generally this is very grossly misinterpreted. So maybe Swamiji will cover it to some extent, or he might have covered already. That phala, here the result in Bhagavad Gita, nothing is about the external things. It is all about internal. The result is something within the mind. Objectively, externally, whatever you do, there will be a result. In the whole universe, there is nothing other than the causality. Everything is moving according to the causality, the cause and effect chain. So whatever you do, there will be the effect of that. And you cannot isolate a result, just here is the cause and that is the result. Every moment of its progression, the cause is becoming the effect is becoming the cause, the next step, the cause is becoming the effect. Like that, the final result is coming. And you cannot renounce it. There is no question of renouncing it. What you can renounce is the result you are looking for, that doing something, oh, I will have this and then I will become happy. So I say that all other results can be there. When you are doing something, your focus should be on what is the product of the work. Without that, you cannot do work properly. But you should never think that by getting the result of that product, selling it and having lot of money, I will become the richest and then I will become happy. You remove that I will become happy portion, then every work will become a yajna. You are doing whatever coming to you, and you are doing in the natural manner, whatever natural qualities you have. The world has a demand for that, and according to that, you function. The last is transcending gunas. This I have not touched this time. That is 3 guna tattva is there, sattva, rajas, tamas. I think about this, the talks are there in YouTube, quite elaborate. I have spoken, the whole chapter is there. It's a very good chapter, because here only all our sadhana become down to earth sadhana. Nobody can say how Swamiji. It is very clear. You change your gunas. How do you change your guna constitution? You change your habits. whatever inputs you are taking, objective inputs through the indriyas, through mouth, whatever food you are taking, through ears, whatever your sound you are hearing, through eyes, whatever you are seeing, all those inputs have to be made into sattvika. What you are reading, what you are thinking also, in your mind, what you are thinking. Think about the sattvika things, think about the soul, think about spirituality, think about goodness, nobility, everything. Then the whole life will undergo a change. So this is a great down to earth sadhana which anybody can look into. Okay, the time is up.
Thank you, Nuthan Swamiji. And ladies and gentlemen, Shruti had mentioned that we do have global satsangs starting up. And if you attended those, I think Nuthan Swamiji would continue his discourses, and so will Ma and Poojya Swamiji. So you'll get many of your questions answered there as well. Listening to you, Nuthan Swamiji, I was reminded of Mahatma Gandhi, who everybody's familiar with, who used the Bhagavad Gita as his life's compass. And when asked about his message to the world, he simply said, "My life is my message." He lived the message of the Gita, and that's what you're saying. Actualize what we learn today, and that's how progress can be made. I now invite Dr. Miru, a disciple of Poojya Swamiji from Malaysia, to tell us about the mission.
Our humble prostrations in gratitude to Swami Nirviseshananda Tirtha Ji for enlightening us on the correct approach to becoming truly free. Jai Guru, my name is Miru, I'm from Malaysia. I'm extremely happy to be a part of this event and to now be able to share with you a little bit about some of the ashram publications as well as future activities. One of Swami Nirviseshananda Tirtha Ji's many responsibilities in ashram is editing the ashram's monthly journal, Vichara Setu. This is a wonderful journal which has mainly writings by Pujya Swami Bhoomananda Tirtha Ji. There's also verses for introspection by Ma Guru Priya Ji, and a very special feature is the correspondence section, which has letters written by devotees and seekers from all across the world regarding issues that they face as they go along this path. And the answers that are given by Swamiji, Pujya Swamiji, the guidance that is given is so universal that it applies to each and every one of us really. One of the long-running article series in this journal is called Science of Inner Redemption, written by Pujya Swamiji. And these articles have been compiled into a series of books. There are 3 volumes. These articles were actually written based on scripture called Yoga Vasishta Ramayana. This text revolves around 16-year-old Sri Rama having gone out into the world and coming back completely disillusioned with what he saw and being in a state of utter dejection. Sage Vasishta was called in to speak to Rama, and the 18-day dialogue that followed effectively saw Sri Rama becoming illumined, inspired and empowered through the words of Sage Vasishta. And Sri Rama subsequently went on to become the towering being that he was. And these articles are presented in such a simple and practical manner by Pujya Swamiji that they become gems for us to carry with us as we go along our daily lives. Another book, also written based on the same scripture, is called Quietude of the Mind. This was actually the very first book that I picked up from the ashram publications. I was most drawn to the title, Quietude of the Mind. I'm sure most people are looking for that really. This is the sort of book you read very slowly. You read 1 or 2 pages, then you put it away and you introspect and reflect on it. And Pujya Swamiji often says you read it just before you go to bed. What this book does is it helps us go deep within ourselves and become more and more aware of our real identity. All of Swamiji's books essentially revolve around Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of our real identity. And if there's one book which encapsulates this teaching in its entirety, it is Swamiji's magnum opus, Brahma Vidya Abhyasa. This was the very first book that he wrote in 1968, and after more than 50 years, it is every bit as powerful. There are 2 parts to this book. The first part is the science or theory behind what the scriptures tell us, what is the self, what is self-realization all about. But the second part, which is really the most special, is the practical sadhana aspect, where step by step Pujya Swamiji tells us what we need to do, how to do it, how to progress along this path, and what is the ultimate goal. It's really amazing. Of all the writings and discourses and activities of the ashram, everything comes back to the sole mission of Swamiji and the ashram, which is to bring the knowledge of our real identity to people everywhere across the world of all walks of life. In Malaysia, every year between July and August, Poojya Swamiji and Ma would come for Jnana Yajnas for 2 to 3 weeks. Jnana Yajnas are like knowledge festivals. They would conduct discourses, workshops, retreats. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic this year, that didn't happen. But we are extremely fortunate because 2 weeks from now, we will be having an online Jnana Yajna from October 28th until November 1st. And the theme for this Jnana Yajna is Mastering Your Own Mind. There will be a series of lectures, of talks and question and answer sessions by Poojya Swamiji, Nutan Swamiji and Ma Guru Priya Ji. Details are there in the flyer. If you need more information, do contact us at our Facebook page at CIRD Malaysia. More details will be released in the coming days. But for now, I would heartily invite each and every one of you to please join us in continuing with this great association and gaining further insights into the knowledge of ourselves and leading lives which are joyful, peaceful, and fearless. Up next, we have a cultural program. This will be followed by renowned author Roopa Pai speaking to us about raising fearless children. So I hope all of you will continue to enjoy and find this program, this entire convention, as enriching and uplifting as I have. And thank you. Jai Guru.
Thank you, Dr. Miru. That was Dr. Miru from Malaysia. I'm excited now to present to you our artists for today. They are young children ranging from 8 years to 14 years old who will amaze you with their rendition of Bhagavad Gita shlokas. 7 kids from Southern California, USA, Divya, Sahimahika, Varshita, Samhita, Akhil, Jaideep, and Kaushik, have memorized all 700 shlokas. They will chant and share their experience as to how they pushed and played interesting games to compete and complete the memorization program. This 10-month program is a part of the vision of Sri Ganapati Sachidananda Swamiji of Datta Peetham, Mysore, India. After the shlokas, we will have a bhajan by an amazing young lady, Ajitha Nair. Ajitha is an aspiring young Hindustani musician who started her musical journey at the age of 7. Ajitha has won many prizes in Hindustani classical music competitions in the US, and she has performed at many classical and semi-classical concerts in the area. Currently, she is a sophomore completing her undergrad in biomedical engineering from Rutgers University, USA. They say, after silence, that which comes nearest to expressing the inexpressible is music. Ajitha and these young children lined up today will do just that. Now, on to these young artists.
Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Shri Saraswatyai Namaha, Shri Padavallabha Narasimha Saraswati, Shri Guru Dattatreya Namaha, Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Sahana Vavatu, Sahana Bhunaktu, Sahavidyam Karavavahai, Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Namaste everyone. We are from the Southern California SGS Bhagavad Gita Batch 5 group. The 7 of us have memorized all 700 shlokas of the Bhagavad Gita in 10 months.
This blissful program is an inspiration from His Holiness Sri Ganapati Sachidananda Swamiji from Avaduta Datta Peetham, Mysore. Namaskaram Swamiji.
Thank you, Tataji and Swami Bhoomananda, for this opportunity. Do you all want to chant chapter 15, Purushottama Prapti Yogaha?
Yes, this is very relevant in these holy times as well.
Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha Atha Panchadashodhyayaha Purushottama Prapti Yogaha Shri Bhagavanuvacha Urdhvamulamataः Shakham Ashwatham Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavit Athashchortham Prasutastasya Shakhaha Gunapravriddha Vishayapravalaha Athascha Mulanyanu Karmanubandhini Manushya Narupamasyeha tathopalabhyate Nanto na chadir na cha sampratishtha Ashwatthamenam suvirudhamulam Asangashasтрena dridhena chitva
ततः पदं तत्परिमार्गितव्यं यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तन्ति भूयः तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यतः प्रवृत्तिः प्रसृता पुराणी निर्मानमोहाजितसङ्गदोषाः अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामाः द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्ताः सुखदुःखसंज्ञैः गच्छन्त्यमूढाः पदमव्ययं तत् न तद्भासयते सूर्यः न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम
ममैवांशो जीवलोके जीवभूतः सनातनः मनःषष्ठानीन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यदवाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रामतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते
उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानः नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः यदादित्यगतं तेजः जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकम् कामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्यहमोजसा पुष्णामि चोषधीः सर्वाः सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टः मत्तस्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यः वेदान्तकृद्वेदविदेव चाहम्
द्वाविमौ पुरुषौ लोके क्षरश्चाक्षर एव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कूटस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमः पुरुषस्त्वन्यः परमात्मेत्युदाहृतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभत्यव्यय ईश्वरः यस्मात् क्षरमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रथितः पुरुषोत्तमः
यो मामेवमसम्मूढः जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदमुक्तं मया नघ एतत् बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमप्राप्तियोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः.
That is so peaceful. We want to encourage all children worldwide to learn Sampurna Bhagavad Gita. You can have fun while learning it as well.
To start, let's show how we can name shlokas.
That's a great idea. Do any of you guys know what 5th chapter 8th shloka is?
Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavita pashyan shunvan sprishan jigran ashnan gachan swapanshwasan.
That's correct. Hey Jaydeep, do you know what shloka 72 of the 18th chapter is?
Yes, I do. Kachidetakshatam partha tvayekagrena chetasa kachidajnana sammoha pranashtaste dhananjaya.
That was great. What if we switch it up though? If we told you the shloka, could you guys tell us the chapter and shloka number?
Sure, we can give it a try. Okay, what chapter number is Ashraddhathana Purushaha Dharmasyasya Parantapa Aprapyamam Nivartante Mrityu Samsara Vartmani? That shlokam is from chapter 9, shlokam number 3.
Yeah, that's correct.
Great job naming the shlokas. Do any of you have favorite shlokas?
I do. My favorite shloka is Trishikesham tada vakyam idamahamahipate Arjuna uvacha senayorubhayor madhye ratham sthapaya metyuta, which is the 21st shloka of the first chapter. I really like the flow of this shloka, and it's basically the whole start to the Bhagavad Gita.
That's really nice, but I like the 66th shloka of 18th chapter, or Sarva Dharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Vraja Aham Ta Sarva Papebhya Moksha Yishyami Mashajaha. I like this shlokam because Lord Krishna says to put all of your emotions into God and to never fear.
Personally, my favorite shloka is Ashcharyavat pashyati kaschidenam Ashcharyavat bhatati tathaiva chanyaha Ashcharyavat chainamanya shrunoti Shrutvapyenam vedana chaiva kaschit, or 2nd chapter 29 shloka. I like this shloka because it takes the same word and uses it in multiple different pronunciations and talks about the paradoxes of the Atma.
I love Janma Karma cha me divyam evam yo vitti tattvataha tektva deham punarjanma naiti mameti sojana. It's the 4th chapter 9 shloka. I like it because it has my name in it.
Those are all really great shlokas.
You know what? A fun way to practice Bhagavad Gita is to practice.
How?
Let's practice our shlokas in a fun game.
How?
Let's combine Bhagavad Gita with Antakshri.
Great idea. How do you play?
It's simple. One person will chant a sloka, and whatever sound that sloka ends with should be what the next sloka starts with.
That sounds fun. I'll start us off. Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashtritaha Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachamyannam Chaturvidham.
Mamaivansho Jivaloke Jivabhuta Sanatanaha Manashishthani Indriyani Prakritisthani Karshati.
Tanaham dushatah kruran samsareshu narathaman Kshipam yachasrama shubhan asurishveva yonishu.
That was a really good Antakshri, you guys. Thank you for joining us today. We would like to thank you guys for taking the time to watch our program, and we hope you enjoyed it. We also want to thank our teachers and parents for encouraging us to learn this priceless secret. Oh, by the way, if you want to be a part of this 10-month program, go to sgsgitafoundation.org or our WhatsApp numbers 949-400-9418 or 949-689-7220. Jai Guru Datta.
Bola
सुसे मन झाले हवा भरी परत मघारी येत नाही परत मघारी येत नाही बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव बंधनापासूनी उकलली गाठी बंधनापासूनी उकलली गाठी देताली मिठी सावकाश देताली मिठी सावकाश बोलावा विठ्ठल बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव तुका म्हणे देह भरिला विठ्ठल 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 तुका म्हणे देह भरिला विठ्ठल तुका म्हणे देह भरिला विठ्ठल 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 तुका म्हणे देह भरिला विठ्ठल काम क्रोधी केले घरारिते तुका म्हणे देह भरिला विठ्ठल काम क्रोधी केले घररी दे बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल बोलावा विठ्ठल पाहावा विठ्ठल करावा विठ्ठल जीव भाव विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल. Thank you so much.
Beautiful rendition, Ajitha. I loved how you shifted lots of ragas in one bhajan. Prior to today, had you ever seen an Antakshri with Sanskrit shlokas? That too by young children? What an amazing act. We thank their teacher Indira Rendu Chintala and Prasanna Vempati. Now, I have the honor to introduce our next guest, Roopa Pai. Roopa is one of India's best-known writers for children. She's based out of Bangalore. She is a computer engineer by qualification, but chose several years ago to pursue a writing career instead. She has written more than 25 books for children, ranging from picture books to chapter books on themes as varied as sci-fi fantasy, popular science, maths, history, economics, Indian philosophy, life skills, and most recently, medicine. Her best-known books include the 8-part Tara Knots, India's first fantasy adventure series for children in English, Ready, 99 must-have skills for the world-conquering teenager, and the award-winning national bestseller, The Gita for Children, listed by Amazon India as one of 100 Indian books to read in a lifetime. Her TEDx talk, Decoding the Gita, India's Book of Answers, has received over 1.5 million views to date. When she's not writing, Roopa can be found leading groups of children and young people on history and heritage walks across her beloved Karnataka as part of a job as director of a company she co-founded called Bangalore Walks. She has most recently co-authored fitness evangelist and supermodel Milind Soman's memoir called Made in India. There are many parents in the audience today. As a mother of 2 young boys myself, I worry, like many, about the impacts a year, especially like 2020, might have on their little minds. Social unrest, lack of tolerance for inclusion and diversity, pandemic, political unrest, sometimes topics that don't even make sense to adults are burdening these little minds. Today, we look forward to hearing from Roopa how to raise fearless children the Bhagavad Gita way. After Roopa's session, we will answer your questions. Please send them to questions@globalgita.org. Questions@globalgita.org. Now, on to Roopa.
Hello, namaskara, and sat sri akal, and salam alaikum, and good evening. Very, very happy to be here on CIRD's Global Gita Convention of 2020. It's a huge honor. It's a very unexpected honor, and I am touched and humbled by the faith you have reposed in me to invite me to be part of this galaxy of luminaries. I really have imposter syndrome really staring me in the face right now, because I'm no expert on the Gita. I've had such, and I'm speaking and being among such luminous and enlightened minds. Even those children who chanted the whole Bhagavad Gita, who have learned to chant the whole Bhagavad Gita by heart, who play Antakshri with such felicity. That's amazing. And that Vittala song was really beautiful. It really set the mood for me to come into this August gathering. I must say, however, that I'm not an expert, and I speak to you only as a huge fan of the Bhagavad Gita and as a mother myself who has successfully or unsuccessfully raised 2 children. But I also chose my topic today because I write for children, and therefore I come into contact with a lot of children. I speak to a lot of parents, and I know that there are some concerns that transcend geography, religion, race, everything. And of all, but the Bhagavad Gita really has answers to parenting, and why not? After all, isn't it a conversation between 2 men, 2 best friends, and they're talking about, one of them is telling the other one why he should stand up and kill his family on the other side. So what possible relevance or insights could it have on parenting? Well, I've always maintained that the Bhagavad Gita is India's book of answers for the world. And if I say book of answers without specifying answers to what, then it stands to reason that it must have answers to every question possible. And so far, it has worked for me. And that's why I want to share some insights that I have had, both as a fan and as a reader and a parent, on how to raise fearless children. Well, there is a corollary to that even before we begin, because if we want to raise fearless children, we need to be fearless ourselves. That places a huge burden on parents, as if the burdens we were bearing already weren't enough. But this is really the core of it. And so how do you become fearless, and how do we make sure that we do not pass on our fears to our children who don't need to be burdened by them? So just a few insights from the Bhagavad Gita. First of all, let us think about what is fear and what are we so fearful about. I mean, just using our human imagination, we know that living fearful lives is not a good way to live. Living a life riven by fear, that is probably the worst thing, to always cower in fear about something. But aren't we all living in the free world? What is there to be afraid of? Really, most basic things are taken care of. We are not under any threat. We are not in the middle of civil war, neither where you are nor where I am. So what is there to be fearful about? Why are our minds such snake pits of absolute anxiety all the time? Why are we so stressed out? Well, there are a few basic fears. One of them is the fear of living up to or not matching up to somebody else's expectations. And this can be paralyzing. If we are always thinking about other people's expectations and how we need to match up to them, we can't even function, because we're constantly in a state of confusion, because there are so many different people who have expectations of us. Whose expectations are we supposed to live up to? Right? So this living up to people's expectations is a terrible fear to live under. And, the opening scene of the Bhagavad Gita has the answer to that, how to be fearless. So what happens in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita? I'm a storyteller, so I'm sure you all know the story, but I will start with that. And here we are, somewhere in November, somewhere thousands of miles away from where you are, and at least 2,000 miles away from where I am, in a battlefield called Kurukshetra, which is supposed to have been in Haryana. Both the armies are arrayed on either side. On one side are the 11 Akshahinis of the Kauravas, glittering in the very early morning sunlight. The sun hasn't risen yet, it's about to rise. On the other side of the field are the 7 Akshahinis, or battalions of the Pandavas, all set to fight. If you were standing on a hill close by and were asked to call the result of the battle, you would have looked at the 11 Akshahinis, the Kauravas, glittering in their armor and battle finery, and you would have said, surely those guys are the ones that will win. But if you knew, and the first verse of the Bhagavad Gita starts with Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetre, if you knew that field, the Kshetra of Kurukshetra was a field that always favored the good, the dharmic, the righteous, then you would stop and pause and say, if this field always favors the righteous, then perhaps it's a difficult one to call, because these guys have smaller numbers, but they have always proven to be righteous. And almost everybody on the Pandava side was fighting for the cause because they believed in the right, unlike many on the Kaurava side who were fighting because they were loyal to the king. So there was a great difference in the mental makeup of the soldiers. And now, into the middle of this scene, there is Arjuna and Krishna. Arjuna is in his chariot, Krishna is his charioteer. The conches are being blown, the war is about to begin, when Arjuna suddenly has a deep desire. And who will he tell his deep desire to except his best friend? So he turns to Krishna and he says, Krishna, please, can you just please drive me to the center of the battlefield? One last time. I just want to make eye contact with all those guys on the other side. I want to let them know that their personal angel of doom is coming to get them. I want to use this psychological warfare, which is almost as effective as real warfare. I want them to know that by the end of tonight, that by the end of the day, by the time the sun sets, many of them will have departed this earth. Their blood will be drenching this field. Let's do this. And Krishna said, my God, do you really I mean, this is my imagination, of course. Do you really have to be such a show off, Arjuna? Do you really, at this point, do you want to drive you to the center of the field? And Arjuna said, please, please, please. So Krishna says, okay, you're my best friend. I will do what you say. He drives him to the center of the battlefield. And Arjuna, for the very first time, so far, the war has been an idea, a concept. It has been about re-establishing dharma, establishing the right. But when he goes to the center of the battlefield and actually locks eyes and actually sees who the people are in the front line, the vanguard of the Kuru army, the greatest archer in the world suffers a nervous breakdown. He has never experienced this kind of anxiety or despair, and his knees begin to buckle. The Gandiva slips from his clammy hands. He's sweating. He collapses to the floor of the chariot in a huge attitude of despair. And he turns to Krishna and he says, Krishna, I cannot do this. In what heaven will there be a place for someone who raised his arms against the very teacher who taught him to pick up the bow in the first place? His own grandfather, who was more than a father to him, all his uncles, all his nephews. In which world would this be, right? And what was I thinking, that I was a great hero to be attempting this? Surely there's something very, very wrong in this picture, and take me away. Now, and Krishna, of course, said, you coward, stand up and fight. And he proceeded to give him a long, long lecture which lasted 700 verses, and which we today know as the eternal conversation, the song of the Lord, the Bhagavad Gita. And he went on to tell him why he should stand up and fight, and why quitting the field wasn't a possibility. It just was not. He was supposed to stand up and fight. But what we can take away from this scene, if you just look at it from the surface, or superficially, it looks like a scene that is riven with fear, because Arjuna is absolutely shaking. You feel when you look at him that he is riven with fear. But actually, if you take a closer look at it, it is the greatest act of fearlessness by Arjuna. And that is the act that we should teach our children to emulate, and that we should ourselves emulate. Why? Why is it an act of fearlessness? Imagine the scene. There are 7 Akshahinis of Pandavas looking at Arjuna. He is their hero. He is their Maharathi. He is the one they trust to lead them to victory. They are all there because he is there. They have come following him, right? And on the other side are the Kauravas who know that this is their greatest nemesis. They know that if they can get Arjuna out of the way somehow, this war might just be open again for the Kauravas to win. And yet, in front of these two, in full view of these two armies, knowing that if he fled the field, if he quit the field, his own side would feel terribly betrayed, would see him as a traitor, would be grief-stricken, knowing that if he quit the field, the people on the other side would be celebrating and joyous and rejoicing and saying, my God, we always knew he was not up to the mark. That when a real situation faced him, he would leave. We knew this. And generations of people after, their children, their grandchildren, would not sing his praises at all. In fact, they would spit on his memory. Knowing this, if any of us in the battlefield of life was faced with choices like this, we would just not collapse to the floor of the chariot. Definitely not. We would say, my God, the choice is crazy. It's too scary. What about their expectations? What about their expectations? I'm just going to stand up and fight. I'm already here. Let me just get through with this, and I will think about the consequences later. The greatest act of fearlessness by Arjuna was that he became vulnerable at that point. He dropped his bow. He dropped his arrows. He was not at all worried about what the Pandavas would think of him or what the Kauravas would think of him, and definitely not what future generations would think of him. All he was concerned about was, what in my heart, this is suddenly seeming like a very ignoble thing. This is not the noble war that I thought it was. And until this conflict is resolved in my head, I cannot go forward. And I do not care what anyone thinks. How many of us can say that we in a situation like this, or in a situation much, much smaller, something in our daily lives, when our friends are looking at us to endorse something, in a political conversation where people are taking sides, How many of us can say, that we would take this route to say, I don't know and I don't care. I know I said I was on your side earlier, but what these guys are saying also makes sense, perhaps. Maybe this war itself is wrong, and I'm not going to take sides, and I'm just going to stand here and yes, I'm going to betray you until I'm sure what I want, and I'm going to invite your derision until I'm sure what I want. Very, very few of us would have the courage to do that. And that is what we should learn from Arjuna. And what I tell children when I talk to them is that when you are faced with a moral dilemma, because Kurukshetra is not just a faraway field in Haryana, unfortunately. Kurukshetra lives in our minds, in our hearts. The Pandavas live within us, all 5 of them. The Kauravas live within us, all 100 of them. And every time we are faced with a moral dilemma, the Pandavas are telling us something. They're saying, no, 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 I don't think you should do that. It's wrong. And the Kauravas are saying, no, 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 do it. It's cool. Nobody will ever know. And it's convenient. And then you'll be popular. And there are so many things right about doing it. So just go ahead and do it. And we get so confused. Our mind gets so cloudy that we do one of those things without actually giving ourselves time to think about, wait, one sec, what do I want to do? So these guys want me to do this and those guys want me to do this. What do I want to do? We don't even take the time to wonder about what we want to do. We just plunge into one of the two, and we will usually end up regretting it later or never actually eventually find out what we want. Instead, be like Arjuna, blinkers. Tell the Pandavas inside you to zip it, tell the Kauravas to zip it. Because don't even allow the Pandavas to speak, because it is their opinion. It is something based on conditioning or expectation from society or something. These are all your inner voices, but they're not truly you. They are the product of all the different conditioning and messaging that comes to you all the time, that has come to you from when you were a little baby. So ask them both to quieten down, because only when they both are quiet, only when Arjuna shut them out, can you hear the still small voice of your Krishna, who is always inside you, always knows what's best for you, and always has your back. So that is one way to be fearless, to not give in to everybody else's expectations of you, and just consult with your own Krishna and just introspect, find out. And what is this the basis of? This is what we now call, the new term for it is mindful action. You see? And how do we know that? Then that's how we come to the second fear. Okay, we should do this, but how do we know that after speaking to our Krishna, the action we do is actually the right action? I mean, this is a huge one for people who follow the Hindu faith or the Advaita Vedanta, the Vedantic philosophy, because there are no rules in Advaita philosophy. It is just an open field. Do whatever you want, and because there is no such thing, as Krishna says in the Gita, as right action or wrong action. There is only action and there is consequence. So pick an action that you will be comfortable with the consequence of. What does that mean? That means you have to, first of all, think about all the courses of action available to you. And then you have to think about which consequence can I deal with, and only then go ahead. Just that pause before you plunge into any action, to think about all the different courses open and figure out which one you want to follow, because what could be the possible consequences of that action. That itself ensures that mostly your action will be somewhat right, because you have at least paused to consider all the other stakeholders, what effect your action will have on all of them, and then you have made up your mind. But there is another way to be even more sure, says Krishna, about whether your action is right or wrong. The Gita says that there are 3 doors to hell, and they are Kama, Krodha, Lobha. That is desire, anger, greed. So first of all, examine your action. Is it prompted by some kind of desire? Is it the desire to be popular? Is it the desire to be one of the gang? Is it the desire to be cool? What is the desire? Or is it the desire to help someone who you are fond of against someone you don't like so much? Is that the reason you're performing this action? So examine it. Are you performing this action out of anger because you're so upset with this person, who's this bully, who's always putting down the other person, that just to counter that bully, you're going to do this action without thinking about whether the action is right or wrong, just prompted by sheer anger? No, this person needs to be protected against that one, so I will do this action. Is your action prompted by some kind of greed? And then go on to examine your other motivations for the action. Is your action prompted by love? Even that is not a good thing, because love is also an emotion, and all emotions have the capacity to cloud your mind and to cloud your judgment. So is it prompted by love? Is it prompted by hate? Is it prompted by anger? Is it prompted by greed or envy or jealousy or a need to feel important? Or most importantly and most often, is it prompted by fear? Fear that you will not be part of something, fear that everybody will point fingers at you, fear that people will think you're a weirdo for going against the mainstream opinion on something, or so think about the reasons for your action, and only when you are quite sure that it's none of these emotions that are prompting your action, but just a strong feeling in your heart that this is the right thing to do, then go ahead with it. But if you see that it's one of these emotions, then pause, think some more before you do the action. Okay? And so that is one of the tips that Krishna gives to Arjuna, and that's one of the tips we can help our children with as well. But we also need to tell them that when you're in the middle of this huge dilemma, okay, now you're on the horns of a big dilemma. Hopefully it'll never be as big as the one that poor Arjuna had to face, but in our small ways, our own dilemma. And then we suddenly say, hey Krishna, where are you? I've told the Pandavas to be quiet, I've shut out everybody, now speak to me. And do you think, I tell kids, and I tell the parents, I tell myself, do you think that just because you are saying just now you need him, and you're like, come on, chop, speak up, I need to know what to do you think Krishna will suddenly wake up and start talking? And even if he does, will you trust him if he's speaking for the first time? No, you might think, that's just another voice in my head. There are so many voices in my head. This is another one. So how do you make sure that you can identify, recognize, and trust your own Krishna? You have to put in the work to build a lifelong friendship with him. He has to be your ally, your buddy, the one you go to in every difficult situation. And how do you do that? And had Arjuna put in the work? Of course, years and years of friendship, years and years of hanging out with Krishna at the bazaar, at home, by the river, just doing everything with Krishna, because these guys were best friends. So much so that Draupadi would say, hey, sometimes can you talk to me? Like, you guys are always hanging out together. Krishna is my buddy too. I want him for myself for some of the time. And I want to talk to you, Arjuna. But you guys just go away, leaving me alone all the time. Spare a thought. I mean, just spread yourselves. You don't have to be everything doesn't have to be about the two of you all the time. But what that meant was that these guys had built up such a strong friendship, and Arjuna had tested Krishna's judgment so many times. He would ask him what to do. Krishna would tell him something. He'd go try it. He'd do as Krishna said, and he'd say, my God, you were right. It just went so much against what I thought was right. But since you said it, and you're my friend, so I said, okay, you seem like a wise kind of guy. So I did what you said, and it worked. And when this happens over and over again, a very strong trust builds. And then this buddy has your back. He will always advise you well. And that's why when he was faced with the biggest dilemma of his life, Arjuna could happily, without even thinking for a moment, place the dilemma in Krishna's hands and say, you tell me what to do and I will do it. Convince me, I will do it. I won't do it if you don't convince me. Even then there was a test for Krishna. I won't do it. You have to convince me that this is the right thing to do, and then I will do it. But I do trust that if at all anybody in the world can convince me, it's you. And not only that, I believe I will do what you say, because you have always been right, or been very often right. So each of us with our children. We must teach our children to become friends with that Krishna, encourage them, urge them to spend time becoming friends with your inner Krishna. And Krishna is just a placeholder name. They can call him or her anything they want. It's just their deep, quiet, still, small voice that exists within them and will always talk to them. But how do you make that friendship? Maybe 10 minutes before you go to bed every night. Maybe half an hour. You can have family circle. Talk about, and share with your children, not just asking your children to share what went wrong in their day, the decisions they were forced to make, what decision made them feel good, what decision did not, but make yourselves vulnerable as parents. Share, let them know that you also are driven by doubts, that you also make considered decisions after that. You are not some all-knowing people, but you also go through your own doubts, you have your own vulnerabilities, and you have gone through this mindful thinking before you did an action. And let them share too. And this kind of family circle sharing about your day, would be amazing. And then encourage them to go off by themselves. Another friend, when I did this, and actually my heart was telling me to do what she wanted me to do, but there were all these people on this side, and it's politics. I want to be the leader in the class. I want to be considered cool. So I did this, but it's not making me feel good, Krishna. I don't feel good. And then what will your Krishna tell you? Perhaps he may say, yeah, then maybe next time something like this happens, choose the other one and we'll see. Right? And then you do it, and then it will feel better, and you say, Krishna, you were right. And that's how the trust builds. So make sure that, tell your children, and you do it yourself, ask yourself each time, what would Krishna have done? What would Krishna have advised me? And take the effort to build that relationship. The other great lesson that we can take from this friendship and what we should have with our children is, once again, to in the end, after all, the entire Gita conversation was almost over, and Krishna had already shown his Vishwarupa form. Arjuna was suitably impressed. He was willing to do anything that Krishna asked him to do. And he said, I am convinced, Vasudeva, the scales have fallen from my eyes, my delusion's gone. You tell me what to do and I will do it. And what did Krishna say? No, me? I'm not telling you what to do. Yathechasi tatha kuru. Whatever you want, you do. I have just presented the options. I have told you, if you do this, this will happen. If you do that, that will happen. If you do something else, something else. Now it's up to you, my friend. You have to decide. Trust your children like Krishna trusted Arjuna. And Krishna could see very clearly what would happen if Arjuna decided not to fight, and very clearly what would happen if Arjuna decided to fight. And yet, he did not impose his will on Arjuna. He allowed him to choose. If we can be like that as parents and allow our children to choose, after guiding them, this will happen, now you pick. And if we are able to suspend our judgment on what they choose, trusting them to have mindfully talked to themselves and decided on this, we will be amazing. And they will be fearless, because they know that whichever they choose, their parents' expectations are not on one side or the other. Please don't burden your children with your expectations. We do that so often, and we forget that our children are only our children to nurture for a while. They have only come through us, and they are old souls. Why do we want to make them in our image? Why do we want them to be like us? I mean, is there any arrogance greater than that, to say, I want my child to be like me, when we know for ourselves that we are so flawed and so imperfect as beings ourselves? Why would we not allow our children to explore and be something better than us? And how do we know that they will not be better than us unless we let them explore? And that is the root of fearlessness. If they know that they can go and do what their heart tells them and still be able to come back and count on your support, and not be afraid that they would have disappointed you, what better gift that we can give our children than that kind of fearlessness? Go and be yourself, and you don't have to be me. And my love is not conditional at all upon you becoming like me or agreeing with me or doing what I say. I want you to be a wonderfully free being. I think we're almost at the end of our half an hour, so I'm just going to quickly run through the other fears and fearlessnesses. One thing is that one other fear is the fear of people different from us, because we think that everybody who dresses like us, thinks like us, eats like us, worships like us, they are our people, right? And anyone who doesn't is a different kind of person, and we don't want to engage with them because they are possibly dangerous. And this is the root of so much hate in our societies today, because we just judge people on everything external, and we do not look into, like Krishna says in the Gita, blessed is the man who can see a bit of himself in everything and everyone around him, and a bit of everyone and everything around him in himself. Once you do that, all the delusions, the artificial separateness falls away. You feel one with the whole world. Everybody is my people. And then when that happens, everybody's joy, anybody's success is your success. Everybody's grief is your own. When somebody else's grief and pain is your own, when you can internalize it, why would you ever cause pain? Because then that would become your pain as well. Why would you not radiate joy to everyone? Because that becomes your joy as well. So what else are we fearful of? We are fearful that we are always fearful of one side of every duality. We want happiness, we don't want grief. We want success, we don't want failure. We want to hold on to people, we don't want to lose them. We are so fearful of loss. But if we can take the cue from the Gita that, everybody, death is a certainty, loss is a certainty. Everything that we have been given is only for guardianship. We are not for possession. I read somewhere very recently, and it really lit off several light bulbs in my mind, that Indian languages do not have a word for have. We say mere paas hai, but we do not say I have. There is no word for have. So the philosophy is embedded in the language. If we can teach our children that things are only entrusted to our care, whether it's the earth we are talking about, or parents, or friends, or possessions, they have only been entrusted to our care for a limited period. And what we must do is nourish them and nurture them with so much care that we have wonderful memories when we eventually lose them, which we will. If that is also the root of fearlessness, if we know from the beginning that we are going to lose this, and therefore make the most of whatever time we have with this thing and treat it with the utmost respect, then we wouldn't we wouldn't need to have Greta Thunberg talking about climate change. Because if we had believed that the earth had been entrusted to our care, like the ancient Vedic people, like Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, there's a sacred cycle that exists between men and gods. And there's a contract, it's a covenant. The gods nourish us, but it's also our responsibility to nourish the gods. And if we do not do that, if we break that sacred covenant, this kind of thing will automatically result. So thank you. I shall stop here and we will go on to the questions and answers. I'm sorry I overshot my time.
No, don't be sorry. Roopa, your words touched my heart, a mother's heart. I'll tell you, I was listening to you and I remembered what my 12-year-old, I have a 12-year-old at home, told me the other day. He said, I think he found his Krishna, the Krishna that you talked about. He said, and he's a child of this millennium. He says, Ma, I think I have an AI inside me, like Alexa. I've named her Carol. Yes, these are children. You call them Krishna. He called her AI because these are children of this millennium. Amma, her name is Carol. Carol tells me all the time what to do, what not to do. And she told me the other day that both of us, meaning Carol and him, we need you because you're wiser and you give us input. I think he's on the right track. Touched with what you said. Your words touched me in a way. He found his Krishna. So we have a few questions here, Roopa. I'm going to start with the first one. What motivated you to write this book, this bestseller called The Gita for Children?
It was my editor, actually. I would never have even ventured into this territory if not for her confidence and faith in me. I've said it in other interviews. I did not grow up with the Gita, with the wisdom of the Gita. I grew up in I'm part of a community that does not revere the Vedic tradition. We are Hindu, but we do not revere the Vedic tradition. So we have our own prophet from the 12th century who brings us the greatest wisdoms of the oldest texts, but in Kannada, so that there is no middleman between in Sanskrit. So we are part of that community. So I did not grow up with the Gita, and I would not have dared to attempt to write such a book if my editor had not insisted that she saw in me an ability to translate difficult conceptual ideas for children, to make them accessible to children. And that's how I finally, after she got on my case for 6 months, after I resisted staunchly, and then I gave up and I said, okay, I should stop being Arjuna and saying, no, 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 I won't fight, and at least give it a chance, read the Gita once, engage with it in as deep a manner as possible for a period of 1 or 2 months. Read everything you can find, listen to everything you can find, and then at the end of it, if I truly feel that was again, my decision not to do it was prompted by fear. I said, I don't know anything about it. So, I mean, people will have expectations of somebody who writes the Gita, and then people will also have, once I write something like that, what will people think? Oh, she's that kind of person. She writes those kinds of books. So all these silly, nameless, groundless fears. And once I read it with some engagement, I was like, my God, isn't this the greatest book? And why have I not read it? And this is my responsibility now to make sure children read it and everybody benefits from its wisdom. So that's how it came about.
That's beautiful. With a very beautiful example, you showed how simple things can just seep in and do profound things if we eliminate fear. I mean, that was what your example, life's example, showed.
Yeah.
Beautiful, Roopa.
Serious.
We have a second question for you, Roopa. Everywhere in the world, there's unrest, not just caused by the pandemic. As you know, in the US, there is social unrest associated with intolerance for colored people. What are your thoughts on how we can guide our children through these phases?
Yeah, I think, first of all, to make them realize that actually all these differences are purely superficial and physical. Okay, the color of your skin is purely a physical difference. If we can share, if science has shown, talk to them through science, because they seem to understand or appreciate what science says better than what spirituality says. So tell them, okay, you want proof? Here's the proof. If we can share, if as humans, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps, this is a scientific fact. It has been proved. Then as humans, there is actually no difference in DNA across Homo sapiens. So let's get to the core. Let's not be deluded by what it looks like outside. Let's get to the core of it. We are exactly the same physically, and we are therefore exactly the same mentally. And the only differences are because of our own socio-cultural, historical, geographical backgrounds. And even those differences are only manifest in the way we do things. Maybe the languages we speak, the food we eat, who we worship. In those ways, we are different. But as human beings, what drives us? Desire, love, hate, and most importantly, fear. It is fear of the other that makes us, hate them. And where does fear come from? Fear comes from ignorance, because we don't take the trouble to know them more, and we just believe what somebody else tells us about them. Then fear is generated. But if we, as parents, make the effort to get together with people who are different from us in every way, make it a family thing to do, and then analyze why a certain community behaves a certain way, go into the historical aspect of it, go into the cultural aspect of it, and open your minds and hearts and homes to people to come and have these conversations. People are always amazingly grateful to be given the chance to speak and state their point of view. And if we can listen with respect and an open mind, I think fear will dissolve immediately. And once fear dissolves, there is no more hate, because you realize that they are exactly like us. They love their children just like we love our children. They love going to the beach or whatever. I mean, there's really no difference between us. And once fear dissolves and hate dissolves, there is only compassion for the other. And that's what we would like our children to have.
You bring my thoughts back to what Ma Guru Priya Ji said yesterday. Love conquers all. We should love, not love
Yes.
something or somebody. When you understand the essence of that, it just takes it into a different level. Thank you for that. We have a next question here. I am a teenager. I get very anxious before a test or a competition. I think I fear something. How can Bhagavad Gita help me deal with my anxiety?
Oh, that's a lovely question because the Bhagavad Gita has the perfect answer to it. Because fear is a fear about an exam, fear about, again, it's about not living up to somebody's expectations or your own expectations, not being able to get into a particular college because you didn't top the class, not being able to get a good job or some honors list or whatever. So this is where fear stems from. But the Bhagavad Gita says, focus on the effort. Let the universe take care of the outcome. Karmanevadikaraste, you only have the authority to worry about your action. You have no right and no call and no cause to worry about the outcome. Why? There are 2-3 reasons for that as I see it. If you are studying really hard because you want a particular outcome, okay, maybe you want to come first, you want to top the class, then the message you're also sending out into the universe is that I'm studying so hard, I want to come first. It also means everybody else who's studying just as hard as I am or even harder has to come second, third, or fourth. And that becomes a toxic wish to send out into the universe. You are wishing ill for other people so that you don't realize it. You think you are only wishing for yourself. I'm not wishing ill to others. But if you just take a little step back and look at it in its entirety objectively, what is that wish about? It's about saying that I don't want anybody else to be as successful as I am. That is one thing. The second thing is, if you focus on the outcome, you get distracted from the effort. And that's never a good thing. Forget the outcome. It doesn't matter. Keep your mind clear and so that you can 100% focus on the effort. Third thing is that really, how much of the world can you control? Can you control the outcome? Can you ensure that you will be a topper? Of course not. We are in the middle of a long play that has run for generations, thousands of years. There are so many characters, so many variables, so many scenes happening parallelly. We cannot hope to predict that the outcome will happen as we wish it. Right? When you know so many things can happen in the middle and we are just bit players, all we can do is come and play our role well. We don't know how the script runs. Even the ultimate script writer doesn't know how the script runs because it depends on what everybody else does. The script is written, it's in real time, it's going on. So in such a world of variables, when you know you cannot control the outcome, why waste effort, thought, anxiety on it? Instead, if you focus on what you can control, which is your effort, and as a result of focusing all your energies on your effort, if you also come first, then that's great. But you also know that, it just happened to be a good day for you because there were many others putting in the same effort. Like Rafa said yesterday when he won the French Open for the 13th time, a ridiculous accomplishment. And he said, well, it's sport. Things can go anyway. Australian Open was Joko's day. Today's mine. That's all. He didn't say, I did it. So that's just the thing, to be able to acknowledge your privileges, show gratitude, understand, and basically compete with yourself every single day to be a better person than you were yesterday. And that's possible if you do that feedback loop of introspection and talking to your Krishna each night. This was not so good. How can I improve tomorrow? How can I improve tomorrow? So your only competition is yourself, nothing else.
Very true. Thank you so much, Roopa. I know we've run out of time. It's been such an engrossing and inspiring message, very simple and very inspiring for all the parents in the audience and more. Thank you again for your time, and we look forward to talking to you later too.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Shruti. That was lovely. Thank you.
If you're joining us now, we wanted to let you know that although today is the last day of the convention, it isn't the last day for you to interact with Poojya Swamiji, Nutan Swamiji, or Ma. Narayanashrama Tapovanam will be offering virtual satsangs twice a week starting October 17. It's on Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesdays, 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. India time. Additional details will be on the globalgita.org website. Now, with my pranams to Swamiji, I'd like to introduce you to Poojya Swami Bhoomananda Tirtha Ji. Swamiji is the spiritual head at Narayanashrama Tapovanam, located on the serene slopes of the Pandavagiri Hills near Thrissur in Kerala. His divine nature and yearning for the ultimate truth led to intense sadhana under the guidance of his guru and resulted in ultimate realization and fulfillment. He embraced sannyasa at the young age of 23. He is 87 years old now, and even now is probably more active than many of us. In fact, the last 2 days, Swamiji has had fever and was unwell, but that did not stop Swamiji from delivering his discourses with the energy and passion he always has. As we read your comments, it was clear that listening to Swamiji the last 2 days have been simply magnificent for all of you, all of us. He made us realize how expansive and powerful our minds can be. He helped us understand how to use the heart to feel, the mind to absorb, and the intelligence to understand. Let's now hear the concluding address from Poojya Swamiji about transforming your life. Swamiji will also be available after the vote of thanks today, so you can offer your e-pranams. Now on to Poojya Swamiji.
Okay, cover it up. Okay, you must have been listening, not must have been, you were listening for quite a number of hours. I thought I would tell you, you may get up and then sit, so that you will feel a little relaxation and refreshment. Get up and then sit. Now we are on the concluding part of the 3-day Global Bhagavad Gita Convention. My dear viewers, I would like to say in a very hearty manner that all of you who have been participating in these sessions are extremely blessed. A blessing that you should remember for the whole of your lifetime. You are more blessed than many other people in this world. This is a kind of a knowledge, I would like to call it a knowledge sharing festival. Nothing other than knowledge was communicated to you through the lectures that went on all these days. Sri Krishna himself says that at the end of the dialogue in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Sri Krishna himself said that whoever is able to understand this, read it, understand, and propagate it properly in the midst of my devotees and well-wishers, he is the most dear person to me. Nobody dearer was born, is there now, and will be born. He also gives blessings and compliments to the people who study this Bhagavad Gita, understand it, and who is able to explain it to the others, at least understand it, and shares in whichever manner he can. Now all of you have got a few sparks from Bhagavad Gita at least. I am sure you will honor them, value them, appreciate them, beyond everything, love them in the core of your heart. Mention about it to the others. You should be very grateful for the sponsors, the organizers of this program, they are all volunteers, our devotees and seekers of truth. It is not done by a professional team. All of them have been working, sometimes throughout night, etc., to conduct this program well. I think you should understand and appreciate their efforts and value them. If we are going to have another convention next year, I am sure that all of you will be participants in various degrees. Some of you will come forward to help conduct the program properly. Apart from the expense part of it, it requires a lot of endeavor, coordination and whatnot. A lot of technical skill also. All these things I thought of mentioning to you so that you will value what you have heard. After all, this is the 4th Global Bhagavad Gita convention that we have been conducting. It is a fact of the history of the world. It will go into the documents of history that such a convention has been held. It is because of these conventions that anything good and great in this whole world has perpetuated itself. So I thought of mentioning this. Now I shall start the concluding address. All of you should get refreshed, have a smile and a laughter. Laughing and smiling the best way, I think it is the greatest tonic that we can think of having. I will recite a short prayer and invocation, and as usual, we shall have the 3 Omkara chorus recitation so that our presence will be felt and we will be permeating through this chorus recitation to the entire globe, reaching them a kind of a welfare, a blessing for all the creatures and beings upon the earth. Close your eyes, interlock your fingers and put them on your lap. Sit comfortably erect, open the mouth as well as the heart and join me. I would like you to do so in a very hearty, wholehearted manner. All your forefathers will be happy that you are doing something like this today and you were doing earlier also. And the succeeding generations will be looking at you with an ineffable degree of gratitude and glory. Here we go. Hari, 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 Om. That's. Oh, before chanting the Om, I thought I forgot it. I slipped it. I will recite a kind of an invocation. What is that slogan? Madhya Hridaya Kashe Sadanandamayo Guruhu Udedu Satatam Samyak Ajnana Timiraruna. Now we shall have the recitation. Harihi, Harihi. Hari, Hari Om Tatsat. Jai Guru. Now all of you are looking for the concluding message. But a concluding message is that the whole listening and participation should not conclude in your heart and mind at all. The remembrance, the echo, the reverberation, the repeated exhortations, the many reminders that were pronounced, a number of revelations, pronouncements, promises, and whatnot. All these are contained in the great holy text, beautiful divine text called Bhagavad Gita. I want all these statements and pronouncements to be ringing in your ears and hearts. You should remember them, ponder over them, introspect over them, ruminate over them consistently, as a result of which your mind and heart will be enriched, your intelligence will be enlightened, and your whole inner personality will be empowered. For what? To live in this world confidently, to act and interact in this world in such a manner that your actions and interactions will be very effective and you will go forward. In order to go forward, you require the ability, the inner enlightenment to assimilate all kinds of inputs from the world and to generate the necessary outputs whenever required, so that you can go on interacting with this world successfully, effectively, gloriously, and beneficially. This is what Bhagavad Gita does. Arjuna came to the battlefield with 13 years of preparation, and yet he crumbled in front of Bhishma, Drona, and his own kith and kin. Nobody was there to help him. Krishna, the charioteer, took up the responsibility, addressed his grief on the one hand and fear on the other. Our convention subject is fearlessness and freedom. Bhagavad Gita discusses and delivers only these. Bhagavad Gita goes to a further extent of saying we are discussing and trying to deal with three factors. One is desire, another is hatred, the third is fear. Human mind itself is made up of three strands: desire, hatred, and fear. Sri Krishna throughout the dialogue discusses the ways and means of dealing with these three, sublimating them, and getting enriched every time. There is no fear, there is no desire, there is no hatred also. The mind becomes completely free of these constrictions. You should understand that these constrictions are imposed by the mind and the intelligence. Bhagavad Gita is a mental intellectual pursuit. It is meant to get relief and freedom from the shackles of the mind and the intelligence. Our shackles are not from outside. They are caused and imposed and preserved by our own mind and our own intelligence. The mind is deluded. The intelligence is ignorant. When the delusion of the mind and the ignorance of the intelligence both are addressed and set right, you become a full human personality who will enjoy, who will float in the ecstasy of freedom, fearlessness, in the ecstasy of inner fulfillment, spiritual abundance. Bhagavad Gita promises what? I would like to tell you, it promises what? Many people do not know. It is not dealing with negative forces alone. It tells you where lies what. My dear man, you understand that you are not the body. You have a body. Who is that person? Who is that identity who has this body? I am, and I have the body. Understand that I is the sole focus of life. Everything is from the I, in the I, for the I, and by the I. The entire world falls in the category of mine, my body, my mind, my intelligence, my ego, my car, my house. Everything is contained by the mind, by mind. The I remains hidden. Sri Krishna makes you think of the I and discover it if possible. At least try to understand it in a better measure. This I holds the key for everything in this world. When you realize the I, you will find there is no second factor in this world at all. The entire world comes under the category of object, and I is the only subject. The I is the witness. You are the witness of the entire universe and creation. The witness never becomes the witnessed, and the witness can never become the witness. And you are witnessing the whole universe. Tell me, my dear souls, with your intelligence, what is the measure, majesty, magnitude, and magnificence of the witness? Is it something small? Your body is limited. Body is limited. But the mind, which is not a part of the body, though it is associated with the body, it is not matter and energy. It is that mind that perceives the whole universe. Where the whole universe is imprinted by the mind, pictured by the mind, imaged by the mind, can that mind be small, or it has to be bigger than the biggest? This is an answer I would like all of you to give. I wish I were present by your side to listen to your answer. Get away from the idea of limitation. Get away from the idea of an entrapped, body entrapped person. No, no, no. We are not the body. We have a body. And what is that body different factor? That is what we call consciousness, sentience. The word consciousness cannot be described properly. It is not a matter product or a substance. All that we can say is it is a presence that makes you conscious of other things as well as itself. I am conscious of myself. I am conscious of other things. First of all, I say I am, and thereafter I say other things are. That is what is called consciousness. Understand this consciousness. All your fears are arising from the mind, arising from the intelligence, caused by the seeming world. Nothing can reach the I. The I remains the witness, witness, witness. You are the Sakshi, the witness. Make your judgment on that basis. When you are aggrieved, you say, I am aggrieved. Even in the grief, I am as much as I am in happiness. The I-ness and the am-ness do not change at all. I was happy many number of times. I was unhappy many number of times. Neither the happiness nor the unhappiness has tainted me. I remain the same I to say I am. Tell me whether what I say is impossible to understand or difficult to understand. It's a very simple proposition. Our intelligence is working on reason and rationality. Bhagavad Gita is a rational exposition of the human personality, human life, human interaction with the world, and presenting to you a beautiful way of thinking, a way of understanding, and a way of realization. Put it on. Desire is the cause of everything. Sri Krishna refers to desire. When it is intercepted, it becomes hatred, and fear also arises. The verse, if you want to know, is 37 of the 3rd chapter. Kama yesha, krodha yesha, rajoguna samudbhavaha, mahashano, mahapapma, buddhyena mihavairinam. This desire arises in you. What for you desire is immaterial. Desire is your own mind's creation, and you have to treat it in the mind level itself. Never come to me and complain saying that I have a desire for many things and many things are my problem. No, your problem is your own mind. All problems are generated by the mind. They are resolved by the intelligence. So he says, this is desire. When it is interfered with, it becomes hatred. It becomes hatred. Now, how to overcome it? Evam buddhva, evam buddhe, param buddhva. You have to understand that which is superior to the buddhi. Buddhi means intelligence. I showed you a part of presentation yesterday. In that presentation, and that sketch clearly showed, our senses are superior to the objects of the world. Mind is still superior to the senses. Intelligence is still superior. And something superior to the intelligence is there. That is what you refer to as the I. Reduce it. He speaks about the desire and hatred as Mahashano Mahapapma. It is a glutton. It can eat any extent like a blazing fire, and you have to control it. Where is the desire located? In the senses, mind and intelligence, not beyond that. Our self is absolutely pure, immaculate, resplendent, luminous, effulgent. No desire can lurk in the self at all. Understand that you are the self and therefore absolutely pure. This understanding will enable you to overcome fear as well as to overcome anything else in this world. Gita is giving us a beautiful promise. What is that promise? If you can go to the 6th chapter, in verse number 22, Krishna has explained it very clearly. I would like you to remember this verse as a take-home affair. Yam labdhva chaparam labham manyate nadhikam tadaha yasmin sthito na dukkhena guruna api vichalyate. Yam labdhva chaparam labham manyate nadhikam tadaha. Bhagavad Gita gives you points to an attainment. What is that attainment? Your own I. Understanding the I, abiding in the I, inhering in the I, and resultantly enjoy the profusion, the abundance, the fullness, and the ecstasy arising from it. It is closer to you than your body, than your mind, than your intelligence, than even your ego. Everything else is distant from you. Your own newborn child, married partner, whomever you think of, all are separate from us. This is closer to you than your own body, mind, intelligence, and ego. And what do you have to do? You have to understand it. You don't have to get at it. Go there. It is yourself. The distance is zero. So all that you have to do is you have to understand and realize it. Now this attainment, when you have manyate nadhikam tataha, you will clearly know that there is nothing greater or superior to you. So you will be getting the super greatest attainment. Not only that, yasmin sthito na dukkhena guruna bhi vichalyade. After getting seated in your own self, whatever may be the assailment from the world, affectation from the world, guruna bhi, by even the worst or the greatest of suffering, you will not be shaken. What more do you want, my dear souls? Tell me. Here is an attainment which gives you, which fills you with abundance, fullness, and ecstasy, fulfillment. And with that attainment, when you start living, moving, and interacting in this world, any kind of a confrontation, discomfiture, or otherwise will not the least affect you or shake you up. What more do you want? Is there anything that your mind looks for? Intelligence looks for? Heart is yearning for? So this is what Bhagavad Gita tells you. Now this is only in the state of absorption and meditation. Don't think like that. Bahyasparasheshu asaktatma vindatya atmani yat sukham sa brahma yoga yuktatma sukham akshayam ashnute. Initially you can have it in your meditational, absorptional hours. But suppose you start culturing it, you start practicing it, trying to understand it more and more, and mental, intellectual orientation and enrichment, they start growing and growing. You will reach a condition where sukham akshayam ashnude. If I have time, I shall explain it. Otherwise, at least take it as a pointer. The words used are akshayam sukham ashnude, endless, interminable, comfort and happiness, extreme happiness you enjoy in the form of eating. Eating is with the mouth. So it is not a silent and an absorptional inner happiness. It is also a functional and interactional happiness which you start getting from all quarters. The entire world will be different. When the mind becomes ecstatic, Whatever you see, they will become ecstatic. Purne manasi sampurnam jagat sarvam sudhadravaihi. When the mind becomes full and complete, the entire world you will find is covered with nectar. So the treatment is to your mind, to your mind. Let the mind become pure. Let the mind become refined. Let the mind become ecstatic. Let the mind become effulgent. You will find that goes on expressing, enfolding and comprehending everything, the whole universe before you. The universe is not standing outside. It is a matter of experience for you. The experiencing mind, when it gets transformed, everything gets transformed. This is what all of you will have to understand. What is it that Bhagavad Gita expects us to do in a kind of a formula? Do you have anything to say about it? If you ask me, Krishna says, and your Swamiji also says here now. What is that? Be very clear. Very, very clear about it. Never look to any outside factors. All your complaints are arising from your own mind. All your disability, inability, it is lurking within your body, in the mind. Mind is the source of everything. The source of experience, the source of all kinds of action, interactional experiences, everything. So, this is verse number 23 of 5th chapter. Shakno dihaiva yasodhum prak sharira vimokshanad kama krodhodbhavam vegam sayukta sasukhi naraha. Sayukta. That person is the most integrated person. Integrated. The word integrated has got a very special meaning in spirituality and the Bhagavad Gita context. What is that? We have got a personality in which I had already explained. We have the senses on the body. We also have the mouth, the tongue. Then inside we have the mind, then the intelligence, then the ego. Thereafter the I, the Atma, the self. They are always uncoordinated, not at all integrated. So our senses should be integrated with the mind. The mind is employing the senses. Those the senses should be sublimated by the mind, connected to the mind. The mind should be guided by the intelligence. And this intelligence should be equally associated with a properly maturated ego. Then the intelligence must also reflect constantly the glory and the greatness of the self. When all these are together, they are sufficiently integrated. One merging with the other, working collectively, uniformly with the other, that becomes the integrated personality. Generally, people are not so. So he says, such a person is integrated yogically, sa sukhi naraha. He is the happy person. Who is the happy person? What all things do you have to muster for it? How many houses you have to procure? How many children you should have? Where should be your employment? Do you have to book for a travel to the moon? The answer is no. Shaknodi haivayasodham prak sharira vimokshanad. Before shedding your body, Shaknodi haivayasodham. He who is able to withstand, forbear, tolerate, live in harmony with what? Kama krodhodbhavam vegam. The urge, the turbulence, the agitation, that passion and prejudice constantly trigger. How many times shall I repeat these words? You only have to be focused in your mind to find out the mind is producing passion and prejudice, kama and krodha. And all the urges, all the triggering, all the consequences are following from these. He who is able to watchfully, not so much. No. Don't be so much turbulent. I want to be patient. I want to be placid. I want to be comfortable. Let me never get agitated. Life should be beautiful. Living should be alluring. Don't make me unstable. Don't be eaten up by whatever you are seeing or hearing. So try to consciously sublimate the kama and krodha. Whoever is able to do it, he becomes comfortable and happy. My dear souls, is it difficult? Why should it be difficult? It is something arising from you, subsiding in you. That for which the whole mind, the whole locus is your own mind. Why should it be troublesome for you? Out of the 24 hours of the day, 7 or 8 hours you deduct for sleep. The remaining 16, 17 hours you have enough time to be watchful. And by so doing, what do you get? You get a comfortable, an enthusiastic, a very flexible, assimilative mind. Such a mind is a possession, is a gift for all your action and interaction. If today you are able to do this much of work, tomorrow you will be able to do this much. Because the mind is relaxed, you can apply the full mind. There is no agitation, there is no discomfort. So flexibility increases. The power of assimilation grows. Sublimation goes. Enrichment goes on increasing. So this is a very beautiful, progressive path. What are these passions and prejudices? How do they enter us? Is it that something we invite and we cultivate and all that? No, no. This is what every person is born with, he says. A very wonderful statement, very clear. I don't know whether anywhere else in this world a literature pronounces it in this manner. Ihaiva ichhadvesha samuthena dvandvamohena bharata sarvabhutani sammoham sargeyanti parantapa. When I read it first in Bhagavad Gita, I was so surprised. What? What? Is this what our life is? What? He says, Sarva Bhutani. All the beings in this world, not only human beings. The cow, the bull, the tiger, the lion, the rhinoceros, the rat, the cat, the bee, the mosquito. Is Bhagavad Gita universal? Yes, 1,000,000 times. See the assertion of Bhagavad Gita. Sarva Bhutani, all beings upon the earth, even elsewhere. Sammoham, they undergo a delusion. My dear souls, your life has started from delusion. No wonder that you are all suffering. We will continue to suffer because we are a product of delusion. Product of delusion. Sarva Bhutani sammoham sargeyanti. Right at the time of birth, everybody is subjected to undergo a delusion. What is the delusion? Ichhadvesha samuthena. Just like the fire is blazing, Ichha and Dvesha. The word Ichha and Dvesha, they have been used about 18 times in Bhagavad Gita. Love and hatred. Even a newborn child, put something sweet on the tongue. The child will do this. Put something bitter. How does the child do so? So he says, Ichhadvesha samuthena dvandva mohena bharata. Here in the speeches we spoke quite a lot about dvandvas, pairs of opposites. All the pairs of opposites arise from Ichhadvesha. They trigger Ichha and Dvesha, love and hatred. So he says, from love and hatred has arisen dvandva moha, the delusion called dvandvas. We start dividing things, good and bad, virtue and vice, body and soul, God and world, hell and heaven, today and tomorrow, day and night, profit and loss. All these are Dvandvas, pairs of opposites. These words are whose? Our words. Whose creations? Our own creations. Everything arises from the love and hate. These two arising from our own inner being. Sarvabhutani sammoham sargeyanti parantapa. So my dear souls, we have no choice. Everyone search your heart and mind. Ichha and dvesha, love and hatred, they have emerged from your own being. 10 people visit your house. You have looked at them. Suddenly you come to the conclusion, 5 of them are all right, 4 not so. Who told you? Why are you dividing them? All the 10 people have 2 hands and 2 feet and 1 head and 2 eyes. They are all human beings. They alike listen to you, hear you, understand you. If you give a cup of tea, they take it very well. They say thanks and go. How do you say that 5 people or 6 people I like and 4 I dislike? Is there any meaning? No meaning. Similarly, you go to a shop, a few articles are there, you will say, this I don't like, this I like. What is this? Likes and dislikes. Shall I tell you my story? Sometimes I say like this. What is that? After many years, I have learned not to do what I like and to do what I dislike. When I am ready to do what I dislike, and when I am ready not to do what I like, the whole world is won over by me. Our trouble is our likes and dislikes, our ichha and dvesha. That is what drives you every time, everywhere. You will marry a girl or a boy loving each other. After some time, things become different. And the same people may start saying, or will start, I wish they don't say, that, oh, it was then. I asked an old lady, she was talking to me about her husband. She used to come for my lectures in Delhi. So many years she has been here. So I asked, I would like to see your husband once. Can you ask him to come? He is not interested in all this. But if you tell him, after all, you are married in love, Swamiji, that is an old story. See, if you have a wife, the wife has a certain good benevolent interest. Is it not natural for the husband to take to it so that their friendship will get thickened? Even this practical point of view, you husbands and wives don't have. See, if your wife likes something, you also like it. Then both of you are greater, more together. So, love and hatred, love and hate, love and hate. Sarvabhutani sammoham sargeyanti parantapa. And then he says in the 19th sloka, Ihaivatayirjita sargo esham samye sthidam manaha nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmat brahmanite sthida. See, this time in the Gita convention, we have been really explaining the message of Bhagavad Gita. 3 conventions were held. Now, many of you are participants for the 4th time. So we have taken the freedom and liberty to explain Bhagavad Gita in closer, deeper, and more touching terms. This is one such. Ihaivatayirjita sargo. The literal meaning is, by such people, this entire creation is won over. Yesham samye sthidam manaha. Whose mind is sufficiently abiding in samya, evenness, equanimity, equipoise, evenness. If you are able to do what you dislike, and if you are able to forgo what you like, I think you have won over the world. Because the entire world objects can create in you only these dvandvas. Sukha and dukkha are the only dvandvas creation of the world. If you are able to evenize them in your life, when sukha dukkhas subside and subside and subside, the self will become pronounced, pronounced and pronounced. The lesser of sukha dukkhas, the greater of the self. The whole mind will be subjectivized, spiritualized, divinized, spiritualized. Everything will be resplendent, effulgent, luminous. What a beautiful state is this. Sukha and dukkha are almost like influence of the objects in you. When the influence reduces, gets sublimated, the subject comes to the focus. As Bhagavad Gita says, Sarva dvareshu dehesmin prakasha upajayade. In all the pores of your body, the spiritual radiance of the self will start oozing. You will become lighter, loftier, more and more subjective. The subject part, which subject? Which is the witness of the whole world. Ihaivatayirjita sargo esham samye sthitam manaha, whose mind is seated in that samya, that evenness. Nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmat brahmanite sthidah. Not only they have won over the world, their mind will be abiding in Brahman, the supreme reality. Why? The supreme reality called God is actually equal, even. He doesn't make any distinction at all as sinner or virtuous man. No, not at all. So because God is equal, when your mind is established in equalness, you are established in God. See, this is the arithmetical presentation of truth. What jugglery is there, you tell me? Make your mind even. You have won over the world. You have attained the supreme reality, Brahman. Understand it very well. This kind of a practice, when you take up and when you start growing and growing, is it something hidden in the heart? Is it something to be realized only in meditative absorptional state, as I was raising? Yesterday I spoke to you about Sthita Prajna and Sthitadhi. So I am not repeating it. In the state of absorption, without any kind of an external association, you can rejoice over this inner abundance. But when you wake up, you are interacting. The world is plural, infinitely so. So you will have to come across your friends, non-friends, sometimes very rarely inimical people also. Some are neutral. There is a shloka in Bhagavad Gita, Suhran mitrari udasina madhyastha dveshya bantushu sadhushvapicha papeshu samabuddhir visishyade. Krishna makes sure that you are very good and dexterous in the matter of handling interpersonal relationships. On the other side, very different people will be there. You are the same. You cannot say, I will not look at him. I will look at this person alone. You cannot say that. So you have to be flexible enough to successfully conduct yourself with regard to all kinds of people. He who is able to do so, he excels in yoga, he says. So let us understand that even when you wake up from this wonderful inner absorptional state and you are interactive, this interactional sublimity goes on increasing. There is maturity in you, sublimity in you, loftiness, a kind of an exaltation you start feeling to such an extent that you don't depend upon external factors at all. What you need, you derive from yourself. So you are full. So your activity is more a kind of a benefit and blessing to the others than a demand for yourself. Selfishness vanishes from you. Selflessness grows in you. Instead of being a mere familial man, a family man, you become a societal person, a universal person. So he says, Kama krodha viyuktanam yadinam yatachetasam abhito brahmanarvanam vartade vididatmanam. These slokas, if you learn, you will understand how scientifically the whole truth is presented here. And the truth about what? About your own personality, your own potential, your own possibilities, and your own perfection. Nothing to anything outside. It is all concerning the human individual alone. Alone. This sloka is 26. 5th chapter, 26. Kama krodha viyuktanam yadinam yatachetasam. Kama krodha viyuktanam. Those people who are given to inner restraint, refinement, inner sublimity, sublimation, inner enrichment, elevation, expansion. Such people, kama krodha viyuktanam, when they become free of the stranglehold of passion and prejudice, love and hatred, desire and hate, when they are freed from that hold and they become quite austere and ascetic, abhito brahmanirvanam vartate viditatmanam. The knowledge of the self starts, it is a fountain like. Even now, who is living? Tell me. Is your body living, or you say, I am living? I am living. Who is that am? Who is that living? Is it an epithet of the body? Is it not matter, energy, aggregate? The inert body is animated by a presence, by a spiritual living presence. That is the one you refer to as I. So the I and the am refer to something different from the body. You start knowing it very well. Now it is a concept. Maybe we have exposed it to you. It remains as an exposition very recently had. You will start reflecting upon it and proceeding after it. And there will come a time when you become pure, wholesome, sufficiently reflective, very lofty, spiritual, quite expansive. All the negative elements drop from you and positive elements fill you. In that case, abhito brahmanirvanam vartade. Bah. Abhitaha, all around. Brahmanirvanam. The literal meaning is redemption born out of the supreme reality called Brahman, knowing it. Vartade. It is present, it is pulsating. Viditatmanam. By virtue of his knowledge of this I. What is this I? It is not that you have it in the few hours of meditation and absorption, while you are walking, while you are breathing, while you are living, while you are interacting, either with persons or with places or with circumstances or with events, anywhere and everywhere, it becomes a subjective possession. It is not like your mobile that you have to take it along with you. No. It is an inner possession which cannot release you or leave you. It has become one with you, as a result of which, wherever you go, you are encircled by Brahma Nirvana. My dear souls, are you with me? Are you with me? What is this? Are we born to be mentally poor, impoverished? Don't we have an intelligence to think and reflect upon? What are these books for? What are these for? A book is meant for reading. Reading is to understand. Understanding is for assimilation. Assimilation is for enrichment. Enrichment is for fulfillment. Otherwise, don't read. When you read, you should understand. When you understand, you should become. Be true to the understanding. Follow it. Incorporate it in your life. Assimilate it. Get enriched by it, so that the understanding does not become separate from you. There is no jugglery here. It requires what? That loyalty you should have. I must be loyal to my reading. I must have the fidelity necessary for the purpose, the straightforwardness. I don't want anything else from you. Be open, be true, be loyal. We are holding this convention with that kind of a sincerity in our heart. There is no other purpose. There is a great knowledge the world needs. Everyone needs a self-examination, a self-evaluation. We are gripped by corona. In 1918, more than 100 years ago, we had a Spanish flu, I was told, and 50 million people died in the world. More than 500 million people contracted the infection. Don't think anything is new in this world. The world has remained the same Panchabhutas. Millions of years ago, even now it is so. We are not born here as human beings to be afraid of. We are to see things squarely, interact with them. And we should always be majestic and magnificent, exalted in our perception. This corona is not produced by us. We will see whether we can have any countermeasures. That is up to our intelligence and up to our scientists. We shall do so. But we are not going to misunderstand it. We are not paying any rent for the earth to live in this world. Nobody is paying any rent. If rent is taken, it is by people, not by the earth. Everything we are enjoying. This world is not ours. We are of the world. We cannot dictate terms to the earth. Certainly not. We will look after ourselves with whatever medical measures are there, safeguards are there, everything is all right. Ultimately, let us recognize it is Earth's own creation, nature's own creation. And nature will have to give us the balance and the safeguards. Let us not be afraid of it. The world has seen similar crisis earlier also. We shall survive by the glory of our heart, by the glory of our heart, by the glory of our heart, by the glory of our understanding. Abhito Brahmanirvanam Vartade Viditatmanam. All that you have to remember while going home is that you have a personality, molded and shaped and preserved by nature. The air we breathe is not ours. The air is there, nostrils are there, lungs are there, they do their function. Right from there you have to start. Understand it very clearly understand it. So know very clearly that we are not the body, we have the body. And what is that I? Every day try to spend about 20 minutes or so reflecting upon this I. This is one point that I would like you to do. The whole process becomes complete when we have the full vision. Krishna says, what is the full vision? Shall I tell you? Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pashyati Arjuna sukham va yadi va dukham sa yogi paramo mataha. I spoke to you, others also must have spoken to you about Sukhadukhas are the only dvandvas which result from the entire world variety. Sukha and Dukha are not created by objects, they are created by the mind. When the senses come into contact with the sense objects, they are 5: sound, touch, taste, smell, etc. But when they trickle down to the mind, it becomes Sukhadukhas. They are created by the mind. Even these Sukhadukhas vanish when you go to sleep. When you go to sleep, both of them converge into the self. When you wake up, the mind is woken up. Mind is awakened. Senses are aroused. Then the whole process starts. You tell me where from life begins. The life of the day. Does it begin from the world or does it begin from yourself, from your sleep? And where does it end? In the sleep itself. So here we hold the key. Key for what? Key for what? Key for everything that you want in life for fulfillment. So he has put it very beautifully, Bhagavad Gita. Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pashyati Arjuna sukham va yadi va dukham sayogi paramo mataha. In the whole life you have only sukha and dukkha. Don't differentiate them. You think that I have sukha dukkhas. So the sukha dukkhas are different from me. This is the feeling that you have. Krishna and Bhagavad Gita want you to understand differently. What is that? Sukha is an experience. Generated by whom? Generated by me. I have sukha dukkha. I create it. Dukkha also because of my senses and mind I create. So both of them are my expressions. I don't know whether I am making myself clear. I am happy. Who is happy? Can happiness be without the subject I? Can unhappiness be without the subject I? When I am happy, it is my expression. When I am unhappy, it is my expression. Sukha and dukkha being your expression, why are you attributing to others? He or she caused me unhappiness and happiness. Why should you say so? Stop. Stop this nonsense. I am happy. I am unhappy. The happiness has proceeded from me. Unhappiness has proceeded from me. Both of them are my expressions. My expressions. In sukha as well as in dukkha, I should not lose sight of the I. Atmaupamyena. I must equate the sukha as my expression and equate the dukkha also as my expression. So, sukha and dukkha see both alike myself, the self. Self-eyes, sukha dukkha. Self-eyes. Self-eyes. Treat them as an expression of myself, expression of the self. You will find the sukha dukkhas start dissolving, disintegrating. And you will reach a state of transcendence. Transcendence. I am neither happy nor happy. You can maximum say, I am the source of happiness and unhappiness. So he says, Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pashyati Arjuna. He who is able to see everything as alike, everything as alike. Atmaupamyena. Considering everything to be similar to the self, identical with the self. And altogether, how many things are there? Only two sukha dukkhas. Sukham va yadi va dukkham sayogi paramo mataha. That yogi is the superlative yogi. That yogi is the superlative yogi. Excellent, excellent. Who does not look for anything different from even sukha dukkhas. Sukha dukkhas also become for him the expression of the self, identical with the self. When you reach such a state of samya, evenness, equipoise, equanimity, you are considered to be the superb yogi. Superb yogi. What more do you want, my dear souls? The entire world produces only sukha dukkhas. You have found the source of sukha dukkhas, your own mind. And one moment before that, when you were asleep, you had neither sukha nor dukkha. But you were so contented that you never looked for anything else. You were quite happy and contented. You wake up and then say, I slept comfortably. I had nothing with me. Comfortably I slept. What more do you want? It is from that state, sukha dukkhas, interactions, etc. arose. So in sukha dukkhas, do not feel distance from the self. Distance from the self. Remain the self alone and self-eyes both. That yogi is supreme. Now I will recite one verse from Yoga Vasishta Ramayana and another and stop my talk. Antashunyo bahishunya shunya kumbhaiva ambare antapurno bahipurna purna kumbhaiva arnave. I spoke about it earlier also. I would like to repeat it. Remember this. This wonderful state is such that your mind becomes free of all kinds of taint, stress and strain. It becomes like a picture, like a picture. taken to the space. If you take it to the space, you will find inside there is nothing, outside also there is nothing. So you reach a wonderful state of nothingness in one sense. In one sense. At the same time, it is a state of fullness and abundance. Bring the same picture, go to the sea, the mid-sea, fill it with sea water and drop it. What will be the situation? The situation will be inside and outside it is full. Full. So you are full. In other words, you are not in any kind of an object contact. All the objects are outside there, but none of them can enter you. You only take an imprint of them. All the imprints are mind's imprint, subtle, subtle, subtle. The gross appear, the objects appear to be gross. They only appear. So grossness and solidity, objectivity, etc. are only notional, never factual. So you reach that stage. When you reach it, what happens? Sampurnam jagadevanandanavanam sarvepi kalpadrumaha gangam vari samastavari nivaha punya samastah kriya vajah pragrita samskrita shrudishiro varanasi medini sarvavasthitirasya vastu vishaya drishte parabrahmani. This is the climax. I like this verse so much. I like it only to tell others. Sampurnam jagadevanandanavanam. The entire world becomes a Nandanavana. Nandanavana. You know what it means? Heavenly garden. Heavenly garden. Don't think that heaven is somewhere else. It is your mind that is either heavenly or helly. Don't make the mind hellish. Make it heavenly. Sampurnam jagadevanandanavanam sarvepi kalpadrumaha. All the trees are just like the celestial tree, the kalpaka vriksha. Gangam vari samastavari nivaha. We don't search and look for a Ganga, a holy river. Ganga is very holy in India for all people. But it's only one river. Here he says, all flows of water, water flow of any place, anywhere, everything is as divine and as heavenly as Ganga. Punya, samasta, kriya, all the activities that you perform, your professional career, anything that you do, activities are residential, societal, official, religious, secular, etc. All the activities equally become virtuous, holy and noble. Vajaha, pragrita samskritaha. All the words that come out of your mouth, that you utter, all of them, whether cultured or uncultured, either you utter or others hear. Your utterance will be much less or nothing. But when you hear them, they appear to be spiritual and Vedantic, Vedanta Vakyas. Varanasi Medini. The entire earth becomes as holy, pure and purifying as Varanasi, Benares for us. Sarva Vasthidirasya Vastu Vishaya. Whatever you look at, whatever you see, whatever you smell, whatever you taste, whatever you touch. You touch. Whatever is ignited by fire, it becomes hot. Similarly, whatever you feel, you think, you touch, you smell, you sound, everything becomes Vastu Vishaya, Brahmic, Atmic. It becomes selfly, it becomes godly, it becomes divine. Drishte Parabrahmani. When your vision is taken to witness and realize the supreme reality, namely the self, the immortal, the imperishable self within your body. What a blessed state is this, my dear souls. All of you are born as heirs to this. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Nobody can bequeath this wonderful enrichment for you. The parents cannot. The married partners cannot. The academic teachers cannot. The professional mentors cannot. If at all it can be bequeathed by anybody, it should be people like us. We are born and we have been living only for this, to tell the people about the supreme reality encased within their own body. So it's a great bequest. I would like you to tell your children, grandchildren, your neighbors, your friends and the others about what great participation you have had in the 3-day affair that we had, 3-day convention. If we are going to hold it again, many of you should take greater interest. I don't know what is the programmers in mind. I would like all of you to see who are the people behind this performance who struggled so hard. After all, it is to create a facility and an occasion to share the supreme wisdom with so many people as possible. All of them should be very grateful to them, and you should evaluate whatever you have gained or inherited as a legacy from this 3-day convention. And if at all we expect to have another convention next year. I told you already on the first day what was the plan. Finally, we will have a convention in India where so many people from the international world, I expect to bring all of them here. And there will be an occasion for it. We want to gift this Bhagavad Gita as a gift from India to the entire world countries. And all the country heads, particularly people who handle public administration, they should read this book and equip and enrich and empower themselves to handle the great task with the honesty, majesty, and magnificence it deserves. That is my idea. I am very happy that so many of you have participated in this 3-day convention, and you must be feeling greatly enriched. I mentally embrace all of you. I wish you. You know what is the wish that I have? All of you must have good and noble children born in your family and lineage. And all of them should love the family first, love the society equally. They must have faith in God, faith in the supreme reality, and everyone should strive hard to contribute to the GDP of their own country and the world, so that their life is beneficial from all angles. If this blessing is there, I think we will become a much better world. I am very happy. I again express my love, fondness, and blessings to all of you. Let us go to the next event and program.
Thank you, Swamiji, for that blessing. We now invite Dr. Ravi Jandiala to propose the vote of thanks. Dr. Ravi Jandiala has been a disciple of Poojya Swamiji for 10 years. He is an ardent believer in wholesome living and well-being and has been the co-convener of all 4 Global Gita conventions in the US, including this one. He is the Vice President of the Center for Inner Resources Development North America and President of its California chapter. He is an interventional cardiologist by profession and is the director of the Cardiac Catheterization Laboratory at Kaiser Permanente in Orange County. After Raviji's vote of thanks, Poojya Swamiji, Nutan Swamiji, and Ma will be available on your screen for you to offer your e-pranams. Now, on to Raviji.
Thank you, Shruti. Pranams to Poojya Swami Bhoomananda Tirtha ji, Ma Guru Priya ji, Swami Nirviseshananda ji. Namaskaram to all of you watching from all over the globe, making this truly a global Bhagavad Gita convention. Thank you all so very much for making our maiden virtual attempt a resounding success. We are beyond joy. Your active participation energized us, the volunteers and the speakers alike. We are in a crisis. The COVID pandemic has taken a severe toll on the lives and the livelihoods of millions. At the same time, it has given us an opportunity to pause and reflect and spend more time with our families. It has allowed us to come together globally in such endeavors. The pandemic will definitely pass, and I believe by middle of next year, once we get the vaccinations and we getting immune for those of us exposed, and we will be better prepared. Poojya Swamiji, we were resigned to not having a global Bhagavad Gita convention this year. Then comes a young lady, Hansika, in her 20s. She suggested, why don't you have it virtually? We approached you, and your ability to quickly adjust to newer ideas, newer formats, and your agility and fire, it's just incredible. And you said, perhaps this is a blessing. More people could probably benefit from this endeavor. What one should know is Poojya Swami is involved in every little aspect of all these conventions. In your presentations with your usual fire and brilliance, you have done that in spite of your body not cooperating the last few days. You have explained about the emotional mind and the rational intelligence, the transitory nature of sukha and dukkha, to have an even attitude to them to become fear-free. That we should become a magnificent enjoyer, a magnificent sufferer, and become liberated from the bondage of desires. Poojya Swamiji, you mentioned becoming an individual with characteral elegance, behavioral majesty, and interactional brilliance. You have mentioned again and again about our individual responsibility to the society, to our nation, and to the globe. You have extolled on us to think globally, and we are forever in your gratitude. We are your devotees and in your eternal debt for giving us this opportunity to facilitate this. It was a real sadhana for all of us, and it has enabled us to elevate our mind to a higher dimension. You said, Krishna said in chapter 18, Sloka 69, no one is more dearer to me than those engaged in the noble mission of dissemination of Bhagavad Gita. So Swamiji, we are indeed truly blessed. Ma, you are indeed the mother of the ashram and devotees. You auspiciously started the program with lighting of the lamp in front of your Guru in the sanctum, Guru Baba Gangadhara Paramahamsa. You are a fountain of love and peace. You make us realize our true identity is full of happiness and peace. You bring out the best instincts in all of us. We love you, Ma. Nuthan Swamiji, that we call you dearly, Swami Nirviseshananda ji. You clearly stated the knowledge of self is lit by Guru. It has flowed for thousands of years. Your scientific, rational expositions of sloka is so illuminating. You work tirelessly with us to make sure that we do every aspect of this convention right and correctly. We express our gratitude to you, Nuthan Swamiji. Words are not enough. I would like to take this opportunity to pay our humble gratitude to Sri Ganpati Sachidananda Swamiji of Mysore. His energy and vision of spreading Bhagavad Gita, and for every convention we had these young kids perform Gita chanting, and they have memorized all 700 slokas and they know the meaning of it as well. It's just incredible. Thank you, Sachidananda Swamiji. We are in your gratitude. I would like to pay humble respects and gratitude to Sri Samavedam Shanmuga Sarmagaru. He has been an ardent supporter of all the 4 Bhagavad Gita conventions. During his travels in the United States over the last 4 years, in every city, he extolled on everybody and their young adults to participate, help, and make these conventions a real success. And now I would like to start thanking the people that made this convention a resounding success. I would like to start with Sri Sridharanji and Bharat Vaklu. It was indeed a very thoughtful dialogue with full of practical applications for us householders. You sharing how to fulfill one's duties with Dharma, fully engaged and with full integrity, and sharing how Gita influenced your professional life has been so well received. Bharat Vaklu said best when he remarked how humble you are in spite of your gigantic accomplishments. Jayesh Goel, our friend, he has been advising us during the last convention, and you are awesome with your question and answer with Poojya Swamiji. Edwin Bryant, you are full of energy and passion. You eloquently said that the desire is the cause of consumerism and consumption, and it is hurting our Mother Earth and its beings. You strongly spoke of ahimsa, and we are so enriched by your powerful presentation. Many are asking to watch it again. Roopa, we thank you for your lively presentation, and it sparked the animated discussion online, and your advice on to how to apply Gita to raising fearless children is very relatable and will spark many lively conversations in many of our homes. Thank you so very much. We had a wonderful array of well-known and seasoned artists over the last 3 days. Ramakrishnan Murthy, Shubha Chaki, Sushma Pavan, Vani Ramamurthy, Anirudh Bharadwaj, and Ajitha Nair. I don't have enough words to describe how wonderful your presentations were. Your soulful, melodious rendering brought divinity to this august gathering. One from Delhi, your performance enraptured and took us to an exalted place. Thank you so much. Coming to the Gita chanting by the young ones from Southern California, I have seen you all grow up in front of my eyes. Divya Bamidipati, Sai Mahika Channa, Varshita Pakalapati, Samhita Pakalapati, Akil Pushapadu, Jaydeep Gurijavolu, and Kaushik Kasturi. I'm just amazed, and you are an inspiration for us. We thank you and your gurus, Indira Renduchintala and Prasanna Vempati and Ravi Renduchintala, for having facilitated all this teaching in Southern California. Now I have to come to the MCs, Shruti Patnaik and Priya Dharan. You are the Sutradharas. You beautifully weaved this entire program. We thank you. I would like to thank the supporters who made their offerings and finally financially supported this endeavor. Shruti has announced Ashram will be conducting satsangs 3 times a week at 6:30 p.m. India time on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, beginning this Saturday. And more information will be made available through email if you are registered, and on the websites as well as the YouTube channel Global Gita, the name which will probably be changed as it is named for this event. We might call it Bhoomananda Ashrama channel. We'll let you know. It is now time for me to pay my respects and thankful to the huge group of volunteers from all over the world. Please let me indulge in it. I would like to start in no particular order so that I don't forget anyone, but I am going to forget some names, so I ask for your forgiveness ahead of time. I would like to start with Pankaj Bhatia, Yogesh Nambiar, and Sajiv Nair. These are the leads of this entire broadcast. They worked tirelessly. I don't think they have slept in the last few days. And despite the technical glitches, they moved on, soldiered on with a smiling face. Nilesh Kumar assisted them very well, as well as Sanjay Chakravarti, Priya Prasad, and Prabhakar. They are all located in different places all over the world. Priya is in Canada, Prabhakar in Ohio. The outreach team, I don't have enough words. Ram Prasad, Siddharth Govindani, Ashish Shauri, Ashwani, Swati, Padmakar Chandrachud, Subha Krishnan from Bengaluru, Krishna Rag from Narayanashrama Tapovanam, Dr. Sunil and Neera Nandwani from Jamshedpur, Purnima from Jamshedpur, Aditya from Mumbai, Animesh from Jamshedpur, Babulal Gandhi from California, Asha Chand, Krishna Venigaru, MG Menon, Dr. Ram Nagula from Virginia, Pradeep Sangar. And now I would like to mention the publications team led by Bharat Govindani, Ravi and Revati Vishwanathan, Beth Segaran. Thank you all so very much. I would also want to take this opportunity to thank Ashutosh and Jyotsana Singh and their team at WAPP Technologies for making this website, this beautiful website, and promoting this event online. Jaman Sakaria, our tax advisor, for supporting us over the years for completing our sales tax registration in time for publication sales. And also Ashok Sharma for developing Kindle version for insights into Bhagavad Gita, the wonderful book from Poojya Swamiji. We have a support team of Sadgun, Shanti Narayan, Nikita, and young Akshaya. We have a wonderful team from Malaysia, Dr. Miru Appadurai, you have seen her, Subhashni Raghavan, Shamini, Rema, Unnikrishnan Menon ji, and Beth Segaran. The slides were beautifully woven in by Dinesh ji from Ashram and YB Prasad. From Kenya, you've seen Mala Sridhar and Sridhar Natarajan. They have helped with this event immensely. And I'm now coming to the last set of names. Thank you for your patience. Planning, review, and feedback team, Nisha Govindani Aunty, Anu Bhatia, Indu, Channakeswan Uncle, Santi Subramaniam, Reela Sangar, and Vidya Sriram. This is a great honor for all of us. It is just amazing that we all came together from all over the world for this transformative and deeply impactful Global Gita Convention in these current times. We should carry forward the message of this convention to be fearless and free moving forward. We thank you all and namaskaram. We should be fearless and free again. I pass it on to Shruti. Namaste.
3 days have passed in a heartbeat. This journey we took together, the journey towards freedom and fearlessness in this world, lies within you, within us. The pandemic is where it is. The bad economy is what it is. But how we react to those external factors is within us. We learned how sukha brings dukkha, and how dukkha should be welcomed as it brings sukha. But ultimately, we learned how to renounce these extremes, raga and dosha, over-liking something or intolerance for what we dislike. In all these learnings, we realized that Bhagavad Gita is a book that helps us interact with life. What an amazing and blessed 3 days we've had. My co-MC Priya and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Poojya Swamiji, Nutan Swamiji, Ma, Namrataji, and everybody in the ashram for the inspiration and guidance. Pranams from Priya and me. As we close this Global Bhagavad Gita Convention, I offer to you, the audience, my pranams for being a part of this journey. Namaskar and Jai Guru.
स्वयं साक्षात् श्री गुरुरूपमेत्य कृपया धृत्वा